Well, good morning, everybody. Let's go ahead and start the meeting. Give us roll call, please, Jen.
Mike Dolson,
I'm here.
Tom McDonald,
Here.
Jennifer Finley. Here. Jim Molitor. Carol Langford, Danielle Matt, Bing Matt, James Steele Jr., Martin Charlo,
Present.
Len Tutis, Lanice Trahan.
Thank you, Jen. Yeah, we'll start with a prayer, please. Please give us a prayer, Tom.
Creator, we want to thank you for this day. We want to thank you for this moisture that gives us life to help sustain us. We want to pray for all those that have lost a loved one. We pray for all those that are ill, sick, that they have a fast recovery. We want to pray for all those people that put themselves in harm's way for us, provide community service and service to our children, our elders, and all of our community. We also want to give thanks for all the resources that you've given to us, fish and wildlife, the land, the crops, and the health of our community overall. We do all this in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Tom. We have minutes from April 2nd. Can take a look at those, please.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Page 8 of 9, at the top of the paragraph where Ruth Swaney was in, can you just strike my comment? Sentence.
You, James. Go ahead, Tom.
Motion to approve the April 2nd Tribal Council minutes with corrections.
Motion by Tom McDonald to approve minutes. Second by James. All in favor? That's unanimous. Have an agenda for today. Anybody got other things they want to bring up? Tom? Carol? I have just a couple of housekeeping things, so nothing too drastic. Nothing else. I'd entertain a motion. Motion by Tom, second by Martin to approve the agenda for today. All in favor? It's unanimous. So go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to double check for our agenda tomorrow for the quarterly. Yeah, we are honorees, and if the executives were doing reports also.
Yes. Did you guys see, I sent you guys the agenda for tomorrow?
Yeah.
So that's, and then Shane sent me and you the write-up for his dad.
Yeah, I'll do that one.
Yeah.
Could you print off the Bob Gochi write-up for us?
No, but I will.
Okay, thank you. And gifts, are we have
Yeah,
gifts for
just-
everybody?
Yeah, I got that ready too.
The other one was we received an email from Mission Valley Power Board Chair regarding the availability of a grant writer, maybe. But as I mentioned before, if there was some funding that we had, I'd sure like to be able to go for that trailer house grant that Jennifer brought forward with us. We need a grant writer to write that. But if we were gonna hire a grant writer, maybe there's multiple tasks they'd be able to use for, if we were gonna do that. So just wanted to bring that up.
Go ahead, James.
Sorry. kind of along that lines, I had a conversation with one of our employees, and there isn't a very clear process like we're having with this potential grant on the trailer homes things. We're not sure, it's kind of a similar thing if a department goes for, somebody in the department says, okay, let's go for grant X, and then it goes up the chain and it gets stopped, or it's unclear. There's not a very clear defined process for when someone wants to apply for a grant that's in the organization. You know, Jennifer found this opportunity and we're having kind of a similar process. So I like the idea of a grant writer, and I'm also thinking there needs to be a clear, if there is a process, it needs to be followed. If there isn't, there needs to be one established for when someone sees a grant opportunity, and what's the process it needs to go through for approval? Because we're missing out on some grants because it gets stopped either wherever. And is there a process? If there is, why aren't we following? Or if we are following it, then anyway, that kind of goes along with, that brought up the question I was asked last night. So, but I support the comment that Tom made.
Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, because of my position on the State Tribal Economic Development Commission, I've also come across grants there that I forwarded to individual departments that I thought they pertain to. And so people forward grant opportunities to me a lot, and I just forwarded one to the Bison Range folks because there's grant money available to build buildings, and it's hard to get money for structures. So I forwarded that to them. So, you know, anything that comes to me, I read it and I try to disseminate it to who I think it relates to.
Go ahead, Carol.
Sometimes I see departments that if they don't take ownership or um, catch on or find it first, it won't happen, or they won't follow through with it, or it shifts to a department that it really probably doesn't belong in. So I really think some of these things are our priorities, and I think we need to direct them to say, we see how many trailer houses are sitting around here that are in bad shape, and those need to be replaced. I mean, there's a few out by my house. I visit these people and I know what they're living in, the conditions, and they're awful. And they can't afford to go out and purchase anything, let alone even a car or brakes for a car. So if we can encourage, and maybe we need to just bring housing in here and say, the board in here and say, you need to pursue this. This is one of our priorities. We have to get this done for our people. No ifs, ands, or buts. Figure out how you're going to do it and come back and let us know, and make sure they apply and hit the deadline. But an MVP, I'm just thinking, you know, I wrote some comments on there, and what if we have priorities for this 300,000? What are they going to do then? I mean, is Mission Valley Power have a fallback plan for getting funds to be able to write a grant? And I'm just thinking it's definitely a needed thing, this portable substation, but it seems like they're coming in a lot to ask questions that maybe really it's a board responsibility to say, yeah, we're going to move forward, but I think it's more about the funding, my understanding, right?
It's always about money. Thank you, Carol. I know when I worked across the street, actually early on, I saw departments actually competing for the same grants and they didn't even know it. And so having a coordinated effort on grants is, I definitely follow that. Go ahead, Martin.
I mean, contracts and grants kind of should be, it is on. Just this isn't lighting up. Yeah, contracts and grants is kind of, should be that area. You know, if a grant goes in, there's certain areas, the funding with grants, and so ultimately a department head should go to them. They could clear it through the rest of them, make sure they're not applying for the same grant, because usually they're the people submitting. And so, and that's something I've said since I worked up there, is that we needed a full-time grant writer on staff for the entire tribe, because, I mean, there's a portal that you can just look at for grants, and there are thousands of them. And to sift through them is, you know, I feel like contracts and grants, some of them that don't have the bigger departments probably could do that. Or you could hire a grant writer for them.
Yeah, manual for domestic assistance comes out every year, and I've seen it in 3 volumes before. Huge volumes. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah. You know, I know that in economic development, I think something that I think Janet Camel does really, really well is she's an excellent grant writer. She's gotten a lot of grants for the tribe to do feasibility studies and different things. So part of it is the getting it, but the harder part is the managing of it. And that's why housing doesn't want to apply for that particular grant, is the management part. And SKC has a grant writing certificate. So they're teaching people how to write grants. And I'm assuming how to also manage grants, especially if you do federal grants. They're so meticulous. Because I managed a SAMHSA grant before in another position, and it's tedious. It's really, it's very exact. Everything has to be exact. And I mean, the documentation. And so, I'm wondering, I know Janet's going to be retiring if she hasn't retired already, but I think that might be an opportunity for a mentorship, to have someone who's written successful grants for CSKT, creating a mentorship for someone who maybe has a certificate but hasn't written grants, to create some opportunities for some tribal members to learn how to do that. I think that would be a good area.
Thank you, Jen. Carol, you have something for this morning?
Yeah, I did. It was something on lands, but I would like to have it off the record, but I don't want to go into executive session. Okay, and then there was one other issue I was just thinking about, but anyway, I guess I'll just do it in open session. He called me this morning and said that there's an issue coming in with lands this afternoon, I believe, an issue on his property that he's leasing. And there was no discussion with him. It seems like if he's the lessee and they're bringing in a proposal, it seems like there would be a discussion with him prior to it coming in to see if he even agrees with it. He said, maybe I'm totally in agreement with it, but it was like, it almost had that BIA mentality. Well, okay, we figured this out and we're gonna bring it in and see if council will approve it. No, there's a courtesy thing with a tribal member that you need to have a conversation. I think maybe I'm off base, am I, or?
No, I don't think so, but they'll be in and we'll be able to discuss that
Yeah,
then.
okay.
So,
Oh, and the sweat lodge. I'm moving forward. Council has not agreed to actually pay for it. Are we willing to appropriate? I mean, I know you're not willing to appropriate 100,000 for it or anything, but we're trying to get it done by a group of volunteers.
is this just the shed over the sweat lodge? Is that what we're looking
That's
at?
exactly what it is.
So it's the shed.
It's,
Okay.
yeah, it's not the lodge. The lodge will stay intact. We'll tear down the old one, put the new one in place with a post, hopefully from Hunt's or maybe even our products. And then put in boards and a tin roof, and
Do we have an idea about the
don't.
cost of materials?
no,
If we can get that, that'd help a lot.
as soon as I can get that, but I wanted to make sure I'm not going so far and then you guys say, well, we're not gonna buy all that stuff, and I certainly can't afford it, but, yeah. Cause I was gonna look at one of those sheds, and I even told Stephen about a shed, at one of these places. He wasn't, he said, no, let's just do it, try to do it as, natural as possible.
Martin?
Where do I begin?
You know, this is one of those classic, you do it for one, you do it for all. And, you know, a sweat house is something like, you know, we've heard how important sweat houses is from last meeting from Maryland. Heard from Junior and, you know, Mr. Michelle and that's something that you usually take care of yourself.
Yeah, it's what
And your
helps is a
family.
personal thing.
And that's something that I struggle with, you know. I'm all for helping out an elder. I'm all for supporting our culture, but I'm also for personal responsibility on these things that you have to take the time to learn and do the things yourself and take it upon yourself to do these things. And you know, I bit my tongue, you know, you can't, you know, well, he's sitting here, you can't, you know, how do you say that to him? And he probably won't hear you because he's like a lot of elders that, like my dad, they don't like wearing their hearing aids. And, you know, I'm all for, I guess buying the materials, but, you know, doing it or having a contractor or something just seems really bizarre. You know, it seems like, you know, his cultural school that he works at would support this. And I hope that's who the group is that's going to do this, but, I don't know. I had to say something.
Appreciate that, Martin. Go ahead, Carol.
I might have misspoke. If I have, I certainly don't want no bad light on Steepen. It is a group that it comes from the school and prayer leaders and others that are doing it, so. And I agree with what he said. I don't agree with doing memorials either. Like, I don't think we should provide the food if some family decides to do a memorial. That's their responsibility to take that on, and I kind of feel the same way here, but I don't know, it's steep, and so I guess maybe I feel a little bit different, but yeah, thank you.
Other thoughts? Other thoughts? I am interested in knowing what the materials might cost, because personally, I'd be glad to help Stephen. I've had him as an instructor at the college way back when, and so just outside of council, I'd like to know what the materials are. I'm on several lists with Stephen. Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree with, well, everything that's been said so far. I mean, Martin, thank you for saying that. I find it to be a very personal thing, but, yeah, I mean, I'll make a personal donation. I thought about just going up there and doing it myself, you know, but my physical limitations won't let me build a carport shed right now. But, I think it's a personal thing, but I certainly wouldn't certainly donate to material costs personally. I think it would be difficult not to say yes to someone else coming and asking for the same thing. And again, then you're creating a budget and an expectation for a lot of sweat houses. So, you know, I don't know how you pick and choose winners and losers there. So I look at it as a personal thing and as it's always been, but that's, yeah, Stephen doesn't want to hear top.
Thank you, Tom. The couple things that I had is a couple emails come in. One for lay vaccinator program out of the Billings area office. I thought it was interesting. I saw the title and thought, lay vaccinator. We're gonna have guys giving people shots, or people giving other people. No, it's all about rabies and getting trained by a veterinary to be able to give rabies shots to help stave off the rabies that are happening around the country right now. So if anybody's interested in participating in that, there is a program out of the Billings area office. So that's one thing. And the U.S. Department of Agriculture has a consultation talking about tribal barriers to getting into farming and ranching. that'll be happening on April 24th. If anybody's interested in participating it'll be online. I do plan on trying to get on that myself. And HUD has an environmental justice strategic planning session that's going to be a webinar in April 30th. I thought that was interesting. It's strategic planning about housing, and it might be well worth checking into. There's a tribal version of the listening session on April 30th at 2 p.m. Eastern. Can't do it on April 30th. May 1st and May 2nd also have sessions, but they're not specifically tribal. And so that's my announcements. Other things? Go ahead, Martin.
Did you send me the rabies,
I can do that.
or the rabies information, I should say?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Tom.
I can't remember if I forwarded that on to Whisper or not, but to me, it's like, that whole program was take some folks that have some capability and allow them to do the vaccination, train them up and stuff. But it looked like the wildlife program has a vested interest in this, because it is a wildlife disease. So maybe they could be a partner in that lay program and assist in those vaccinations.
Thank you, Tom. Right, we got. We're not expecting Brian Lipscomb until 9:40. We can take
Asked a couple of the other ones if they could come down early,
uh,
unless you want to take a break.
do we need a break? 5-minute break and then see if, I don't know if Brian
Yeah.
can get on. Okay. Oh, the one last announcement I have is I do have a Progress Act meeting at 11, so Tom will be taking over the meeting then. So 5-minute break. Good morning, Ruth.
Okay, modification 7 to total allocations. Going right into this, not able to. I don't have control yet. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, the critical one to note here, we were awarded just over $3 million from Interior. Actually through BIA funds, they made available for the Bison Range transition. It's just over 3 million. They have expended all of that to date. So in order to finish out the year, we've got to now return the program to tribal funding. We're estimating 800,000 to complete this fiscal year. Does require you to make that appropriation from available general fund. If we don't have it, I can't rake that much away from everything else that's out there. And then the increase for deferred maintenance. This was another pot of funding that came forward of 5.4 million. And they are just about halfway through that at this time. So we're just increasing the budget. We are not needing an appropriation of tribal funds, but simply making an award of the federal funds previously funded, previously awarded. We're also increasing budget spending authority for the safety dams program. With the onset of the Water Rights Compact, for some reason, the dams funding folks in Interior just literally shut the spigot off. And we then had to regroup with them and advise that we're still performing functions that are not Water Rights Compact, such as the National Monitoring Center, which has an annual operating cost of about 650,000. So they then got themselves reorganized, but they're still slow to fund all of the requests that the program has actually made. So we're able to do that by simply continuing to appropriate available BIA unexpended funds and await them to recoup that back when they award. So that's what those requested increases are for. The other, sounded odd. And then we're just simply adjusting for whatever has been done in contracts and grants. So you see that net increase of 872,000 in those portion of funds. The changes in the IA compact is actually going to be a decrease because we're now going to deobligate that funded budget for Bison Range since the funds are no longer there. In the general fund, you'll see those increases in natural resources for those Bison Range expenditures, as well as a little bit in government operating. That's actually a reallocation of unspent per capita to increase the council's budget and also to increase for the elections that we did in 2023. So the total net increase, 1,979,000. Total allocations now 278,027,900. And then the funds change, as you see, general fund bearing that increase, and then Indian Affairs Compact decreasing, contracts and grants increasing. Any questions?
Question, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ruth Lemlemsch. Just a general question, when you become aware of IHS Compact or BIA Compact dollars, I know on the federal side, they do make mistakes. What's kind of the process that you go through to address it with them and get it fixed? Or when you're aware that the feds made a mistake on their side in their allocation to us, what are some of the things that you do or we do as a tribes to say, look, IHS, you made a mistake on X at this point in time? And, you know, because I know that's happened in the past. They do make mistakes, but, you know, sometimes I know when we find out it might be, you know, down the road, how do we go about correcting that or getting them to correct that is the main thing, I guess.
So I can't think specifically of a time where there's an actual, like a wrong amount awarded or identified. So annually, we're in multi-year agreements in both of the self-governance agreements. So the current agreements end at the end of fiscal 25, But each year, I'm looking at the identified estimated available. I'm actually preparing that report right now, coming in to you guys next to let you know what's going to be made available in both of self-governance agreements. So it's merely us, keeping track as those allocated amounts come forward. Generally, they come in full at the beginning of the fiscal year. There's some certain types of funds because of the appropriation. Like right now, we've not been funded all of our facilities funding for IHS. And in both compacts, we haven't gotten our full contract support cost funding allocated yet. So those are ones that we obviously have to keep track of and make certain that they live up to the agreement for the amounts. The one that's involving safety of dams, because it's a special program and not a base funded, we literally do have to wait the funding. And myself and the folks in NRD have had several conversations together about, how we're going to approach this and to, hold the funding agency to meet their obligation. And it's not acceptable that they have delays. Sometimes the reasons are we're short-staffed, we got behind. I mean, I guess if we could run like that too if we wanted. But if it was a larger program, we would be hard pressed to keep shouldering that burden until the funding came.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ruthie, in the resolution,
Mhm.
you have, be it resolved by tribal council, modification 7 to the fiscal year 2024 allocations for a net increase of $1,979,363. And then be it further resolved that
Oh,
modification
that should be
6
7. Yep.
decreases, increases, right?
That's not right. That should be increase.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
that's when
make
you
those
pull
amendments.
forward the last one and you're just changing.
Yeah,
Work saving. Thanks for detecting that, Mr. Chairman. Make that change.
yeah. With those modifications, I'd entertain a motion. Motion by Tom, second by Martin. All in favor?
Thank goodness, Mr. Chairman.
Unanimous?
He reads every word.
Thank you, Ruthie.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Go ahead, Martin.
Just real quick. We are having quarterly tomorrow. We've live streamed it before. We didn't the last time just because we have the capabilities. I'd like to let IT know if we are, they could be prepared. If not, it'll just be on YouTube as usual.
Morning, Brian.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of council. Here for introduction and a quick conversation this morning that hopefully leads to a lot more conversation. And to help you along in your day, you've got some fresh cookies here from the Whistle Bake Shop in Polson.
Uh-oh.
And I can attest that they are.
I don't.
So I'll plant these here for you. If you want to turn it into a conversation where we all have cookies, we can certainly do that, or you can save them for later, either way.
I was gonna say, we might have to adjourn the meeting.
Yeah, for a minute, that could work. That's the type of conversation we want to hear. But we're here first to make some formal introductions, so that gets into your minutes and shows up. Wahela Johns and her staff, and I'll have them introduce themselves, are here. Just exploring, looking for opportunity to work with us here at Salish Kootenai Tribes. They initiated it as a meeting with the college, but I've worked with Wahela for several years. We know each other, so she had, Brian, I'm coming. What else can we talk about? I said, oh, we got a list. So she's the director of tribal energy within the Department of Energy in Washington, D.C. This position is a tribal position specifically put in the responsibility of DOE through the Federal Power Act from a few years past. I think Wahela is the third one or fourth one, maybe. It's a presidential appointee position. When I first came back in 2010, Jim was along with Jimmy and others hauled me back to DC and introduced me to the one that was serving at that time. So anyway, she's here to chat. So I wanted to make sure she had got an opportunity to meet all of you. So far, I lined out, they were meeting with the college. I got engaged with MVP. They had opportunity to tour MVP yesterday, and then we took them to dinner last night. And then I introduced them to Jody Perez this morning from Tribal Housing over coffee. And then here to have a quick conversation with you. I'm not sure if Rick is here. I'm thinking he might be gone on spring break. I've tried to chat with him a couple times, but he's not been available. If he is, I'll grab somebody from there and get quick introductions before they got to head for the airport. So with that, I'll turn it over for intros and we can chat.
Well, welcome, Waila. We're delighted to have you here. I'm gonna let you get to your introductions.
Well, thank you, Chairman and Vice Chair and council members for allowing us to be here and say a few words. My name is Waila Johns. I'm the Director, Office of Indian Energy Policy and Programs at DOE and been in this role for 3 years. And as Brian mentioned, I was appointed. We offer our office, just some background, we offer financial assistance opportunities for tribes and technical assistance as well at no cost. So if there's issues or anything that interests in exploring a project, and you can reach out to our office and we can provide that technical assistance at no cost. We also do education and outreach. So that's a little bit about our office. I'm gonna have the rest of my team introduce themselves.
Hello, good morning. My name is Karina Ika-Kola. I work at the Office of Indian Energy within Fort Wahilet, and I am the outreach external affairs contact. It's good to be here today. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Bostwick. I'm Blackfeet, and I'm the Tribal Colleges and Universities Coordinator for our office.
Great. So thank you. Maybe we can pass these around. I'm going to pass around our cards and some information that we want to leave with you. But the reason why we came out to visit is to speak with the tribal college. We're doing a tour right now, meeting with all the tribal colleges and universities to hear from them where they're at on kind of their energy vision. And we have funding opportunities that is focused on providing or supporting TCUs to go towards 100% towards clean energy, to use it on their campuses. This could be solar, battery storage, whatever the TCU is thinking about. But the idea behind supporting TCUs to generate their own power for their campus is one, to help offset high costs of power. And that money saved could be going back to other things that the TCUs decide to use those funding resources or the savings. But also, I think it's an opportunity for students and faculty to learn about the design process when you are thinking about, putting solar or battery storage on a tribal building. And so I think there's opportunity to create curriculum. And this goes into even thinking about more long-term strategy on creating a workforce pipeline for the nation. And so that's been, where we're, the vision behind developing the TCU grant process or program. And we submitted, or we had a funding opportunity last year, and we only received a few applications. And so this is why we're doing this tour, meeting with a lot of TCUs to hear, what were the challenges, or what are the needs? And so we're going to take all this feedback and hopefully structure a good funding opportunity for TCUs that make it less burdensome, that create more accessibility. And a lot of what we heard yesterday, we met with the team there, and it's always nice to look at the campus and see where they're at and understand the resources that they have. But also, it's helpful for us to, take this back to our team that actually works and designs the FOA process. We have a $50 million funding opportunity right now for our office to support clean energy technology. So that ends May 30th, right? And then we have we have a lot of initiatives. I think our office is, as you can imagine, Department of Energy is a big organization. And our office is one of the smallest programs and historically been the least funded. Our statute is to support 574 federally recognized tribes. And the annual budget before I was here was anywhere from 7 to 20 million annually. I think for me, that's not enough at all to even help support tribes to get to a place where they can sustain power for themselves, that they can move in a direction where they're in ownership of their power and can build an economy around it as well and job opportunities. And I see, since I've been here, this is my first time here, and it's really beautiful. Yeah, I've never seen anything like this type of land. It makes my heart happy to see the water. I'm from the desert, so like I get really emotional when I see beautiful water. And then the energy that you all have put into building a foundation that can sustain your nation, your people. I think that it's very important to continue to take care of that water, to continue to take care of the land that you have and continue to go for a sustained, way of life that our ancestors, that you have behind you and always are honoring even outside with the veterans that have contributed to the freedom and the ability for us to enjoy our livelihoods that we have as Indigenous people. And so I come from a very traditional family, and where we are guided by nature, and that's our principle of how we make decisions. And as an Indigenous woman, to come to a place like here in your homeland, it's just really been powerful for me. And I don't say that too much to many places I go. I think as a leader in this space, I see also a huge opportunity that you have a tribal college university that can help, build the pathway for the next generation of leaders that can grow food, that can sustain food, that food sovereignty, that can grow the energy that is needed and the economy that is needed to help heal our people. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity there. There's a lot of opportunity in Energy Keepers and then the Mission Valley Power Authority. And you have all the different pieces to make huge moves. And I think that's where what I'm seeing is I see more of the national, international level of how Indian or the energy industry is moving. And Indian country is not a part of that. I don't see a lot of movement, but I do see something here powerful that could be, seeded, and in making sure that there's a build out of something that could be good and a model that needs to happen. And I mean, yeah, so that's been my 24 hours I've been here feeling. And I just want to say that I'm your ally in this role. And I would love to figure out a time to come back and bring other leaders from DOE, even maybe our secretary, to come and visit and talk about this potential for being providers of power at a nation scale or regional scale that I feel like Indian country has a potential to do. So that's been something I've been really wanting to talk more about, and I think we'll definitely, you have my cards, and happy to have a follow-up conversation around that and what that could look like. We can bring in people to help assist. So I just wanted to, I know I went from, immediate big level kind of national discussion, but that's just been my feeling these past few hours of excitement and just, again, honored to be here in this moment with you all. Yeah.
Well, Hala, well, I thank you for those words. And, we're quite emotional about our water as well, and very, very staunch in protecting it. And we thank you for that. And we're very proud of our college as well. There's several of us that have taught at the college, a lot of us that have gone to the college for classes, and then we're glad to see your that effort in there, and appreciate you coming. And anybody have questions? Tom, Carol, Jen? Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Johns, thank you for coming out. And I know seen your other colleagues and met them before, so great to have you here. And great that you're looking at that need for the change that we're in, the paradigm shift into, solar, wind, hydropower, and having the ability to train our people to be able to do that. I look at charging stations and there's nobody around to even maintain those for vehicles. They're down all the time. You're trying to put in the solar panels on people's roofs. Well, who's going to take care of that? So that vocational training is really way behind even trying to get all the rest of that out there. So that's very appreciative. One of the things that's happened to us here, and one other thing I want to mention, but first of all, is that, we are very blessed. You don't know how happy I am every day to have clean water, to have potable water, to have a landscape that we have, the topography that we have, the headwaters that we're responsible for taking care of. We take that very, very supreme in our work. But everybody likes to move here. And so that causes a stress to us as we try to persist on this landscape. And to have more people move to Western Montana and on our reservation than comparable to homesteading just over the last 5 to 6 years, it's incredible. That puts a demand on our system and reliable power for us in our security and our livelihoods. And, we need electricity. And so our own utility here is stressed. We have systems that are functioning at way over 150%. And so there can be a catastrophic breakdown on our own electrical grid here because of things that aren't pertaining to us. It's just everybody wanting to move here. And so, assistance with that would be great on how we can deal with that. But the one thing that we went to a workshop, I think 2 years ago, a few of us went to it. And this was really the amazing thing, because Brian and I have talked about this before, and that's, storage, power storage, or pump storage. You're going to pump some water up and then generate electricity off it later, pump it up with cheap power and then return it back into the grid system when you can make more money off of it. There was a dump truck that was electric, and it was part of this mining, mountaintop mining, which of course I don't agree with, but they charged it up. It was electric, and they drove it up to the top of the mountain and they filled it up, and then they came down. And that was the only time they ever charged that dump truck. It produced more electricity on its way down with the load than it was, and they had surplus juice. So they never ever did. They emptied and they went back up on that charge. And so there never was charged again. So the one thing I think in the Indian country, other places don't have, is topography. And we have elevations. And so, it's not just water pump storage. It could be just weight and mass and something in a rail system that can do that. That could be put in anywhere. And so, in those places in Indian country where there is no water, certainly that type of a development could be worthwhile. But just wanted to mention that. But thank you for being here.
Thank you, Tom. Go ahead, Carol.
Yeah, I want to thank you also for being here, and your words, very powerful. I mean, that's the way we feel. And then when we have a visitor come in and say the words that you said, it means a lot. Me and Brian went to a meeting a couple years back on energy. And I tell you that the process seemed to be so daunting that I didn't even really have an idea on how tribes would access all this money. I mean, there was so much money on the table, it was just overwhelming. And I see there's 90 billion in grants and rebates. And I'm glad to see you here, because I think that this is where it happens. And you see our college, you see what our abilities are, and hopefully anything that comes out, you make it easier for tribes to access. I know Mission Valley Power probably talked to you about their portable substation, within the grants, can you use that money to hire a grant writer? Or does a tribe need to actually have the money to hire it and then seek the grants? Do you know that or not?
Yeah, typically they have their own grant writers, or when we do get the applications, I don't think we fund that directly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to know. I mean, we have funds that I know Mission Valley Power is seeking for that substation. So anyway, I just want to thank you for coming out. And the secretary, I believe her initiative was just massive, but I'm glad that she's hired people that know about Indian people and Indian tribes and Indian nations. And so thank you for coming out and being a part of this.
Thank you, Carol. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, welcome. And thank you for coming. And I've always believed that different lands have different gifts for our hearts. And I think it's really special that you felt the gifts that our particular land has. And I used to live in the Southwest, so that land gave me a lot. And it taught my heart a lot. I think it taught me how to be a poet and the author of 5 books. And I don't know if I would have gone that direction if I hadn't lived in the Southwest and experienced the quiet and beauty of the desert. And I got my bachelor's degree in Arizona and I got my master's degree at Northern Arizona University. So the Southwest is a very special place. And my son's at New Mexico Tech getting his master's degree. So the Southwest always it always feeds my heart every time I'm there, the sun. And so welcome to our homeland. And I don't think anyone in the United States will ever be a better steward of the land and ever love this place more than we will. And, and I think that the work that you're doing is really important because, we need electricity and power, but we can do it in a good way that doesn't harm the land. And we can always figure out a way to do it better and better and better. So very important work, and welcome to our land, and thank you for coming.
Thank you, Jen. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your words and thank you for your observations. We have a beautiful reservation and it's come with many battles over the water and over the land and we're constantly fighting with the local Lake County at the moment over water levels, over jurisdictional issues. And for years, we were fighting the state of Montana over a variety of things. But please give Secretary Granholm our wishes, and it'd be great to have her come visit. So, yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Go ahead, Brian.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So, Carol, I'm glad you spoke up about your memory. Waheela and I were just talking about that coming down the road, about the statement we put together for you to deliver at that conference in 2022, starting to scratch the surface of how do we come together with Department of Energy to really formulate a new vision, giving the pieces we have here as a tribe. We're one of the only tribes in the nation that are running our own utility. It's a federal utility, but we're running it. Not very many tribes do that. We've been doing it for over 30 years. We're the only tribe in the nation doing what we're doing through Energy Keepers at the energy economy level, where we're participating in that energy economy. And now what we're talking about is trying to build that vision. Like, as Tom said, him and I have talked about this several times, scratching our head going, how do we get there? We can see what's coming. How do we get there? How do we build the infrastructure at a community scale and help people understand what that's going to look like in the new economy at that scale, while at the same time have this vision at the large national scale and bring those together. And so we brainstorming on the way down here about maybe there's opportunity here for a conference with us as a tribe, as a tribal nation, with all of these pieces, and figure out what that vision looks like. For 15 years out, we have solar deployed across the reservation. It's interconnected with MVP and people know how to operate it. And there's economy built around that at our local level. And then at the same time, leveraging energy development across Indian country in Montana, which I've talked with you all about, in a way that leverages all the other tribes and their opportunity to bring a solution to where we need to be 15 years from now. And then how do we back that into what's that look like in 10 years? What's that look like in 5 years? What's that look like tomorrow? And step us right through that. So we create that long-term picture with them, with Department of Energy, and get that national level commitment. And then we can hold it up and say, here, this is a way to get all of this done. Because that's where we need to head. You know, we deal with this, as James said, every day with people hounding us about Flathead Lake isn't full. I try to keep telling them, no, it's not. And it's not going to be, it will get it full, but it won't stay there because our world has changed. And the trajectory of where that's going to go, we're just scratching the surface. And if we want to change that trajectory, we need to do all these things in order to change that trajectory for how the water's going to change for us and how it comes. You know, when you paint that picture, it's like, man, we got a lot of work to do. You know, I showed you presentations last year. At the energy economy level, the type of infrastructure conversations that are happening, transmission for just the United States that will span the globe 3 times. Solar development that's going to cover a 5-state region in the Northeast. Wind development that's going to cover a 10-state region in the middle part of the country. That's the level we're talking about at an economy national scale. Then how do we change it at a local scale? So that instead of teaching our kids how to fix lawnmowers and chop, we're teaching our kids how to run a home energy system. And it's all different than what we've ever experienced. So that's what we brainstormed about on the way down here. I'm guessing all of you would say, yeah, let's figure that out. So we'll come up with some ideas. And it needs to happen. The initial part of this conversation needs to be quick and it needs to be prioritized. I said in an ideal situation, we'd prioritize this and make it happen in either the 3 days right before the July 4th powwow or right before the Standing Arrow powwow. And the secretary introduces it through video conference and then comes and ends it with you all. And has it be part of one of those celebrations to fit in with how we as people come together in those seasons, like we come together in the summer. That's why we do that. So let's do it. So if you're all up for that, I'll work with Wahala and her staff and the folks we've already talked with and figure out how to make that happen.
Oh, thank you, Brian. I don't think you see any objections from us. And we sure appreciate you coming and enjoy your visit.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Vice Chairman, and all council members. Appreciate the time you've given us and excited about continuing to work with Brian and everyone that we spoke to in the last 2 days. So wish you all a good rest of the meeting and hope to see you again soon.
Well, I'm sure. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll pass out the cookies, make sure they have some sustenance to get home with.
Get them some cookies. Get them some cookies. Come on. You're up, Jordan. Come on up. Go ahead, Brian, or Jordan.
All right.
Brian's walking out. Hey, Jordan.
I'll take it away. So this is just a quick one, I think, for you. So food sovereignty, we're getting into our growing season. We're really excited for that. We've got a dry meat social in Dixon on Saturday from 9 to about 3 or 4 at the park area. So that should be good too. Trina's going to be putting that on. So you're all invited to that. But the big thing we wanted just to get your approval on today was an MOU with Western Montana Growers Co-op. We got that slightly over $900,000 award from USDA for procuring food from, I can't remember what the term was. Might say in there, disadvantaged growers, I think, or minority growers. So basically, to buy from producers. So anyway, the Western Montana Growers Co-op is committed to providing their organic local produce, utilizing 80% disadvantaged growers. So we'd like to enter into an MOU for our future food box distributions with this USDA grant. We're planning on doing about 3 food distributions for the remainder of the year, is my understanding. The first one being at the end of this month. And so this would just lock that relationship into place so we can purchase foods from them. We've been using Western Montana Growers Co-op since the beginning in 2020. They've always been really good food. I'm always really excited for those food boxes. And so that's what this is about.
Questions for, go ahead, Martin.
I was just gonna make the motion to enter into the MOA.
Motion by Martin, to enter the MOA.
It's for a percentage of that. That's the big award, and I can't remember, it's about 8% of that.
Got a second by Tom. All in favor? Unanimous.
All right, well,
Go ahead, Tom.
Before you leave, Jordan, were you able to shake any money out of the tree of that ag fund that I gave you?
we're putting together a proposal right now. That one's due at the end of the month.
Yeah, I thought it was like, yeah,
And we had a meeting on that yesterday, so we're coming up with a scheme.
good. Good.
And we'll bring it back, 'cause I think, it's pretty big picture, so we'll want to visit with council about that.
Well, good, good. It sounded like it was almost a guarantee, whatever we would put in, but I don't, it never is, but
Yeah, well,
they were saying, well, we've never applied and everybody around us applied, so.
yep, we're looking at that right now, so appreciate that one, Vice
Thank
Chair.
you. Thank you, Jordan.
And we're excited for those food boxes. I'm always, those are good boxes, so look for those at the end of the month. We're gonna make sure you get one, Carol. All right.
Thank you, Jordan.
Yep, thank you.
We got Alyssa Snow. Yeah, that's okay. Do you know how long? We have a couple minutes break. If anybody needs a break.
Seconds on cookies. You had their coffee cake?
Well, we're standing for a reason. That's next, Alyssa, Patrick, and Regina's after something then, huh?
Good morning. Good morning.
Welcome.
Pes
Welcome.
Sweats. For those who are fresh to council, it's very appreciative to be able to meet with you today. Definitely discuss the matters that we're here to discuss with you. My name is Patrick Iwaki. I'm Zuni Pueblo enrolled, but I'm also Turtle Mountain Anishinaabe and also White Bear Nakota Cree from Saskatchewan. I'll let my coworker introduce ourselves, and then we have a slide that goes through a little bit about our biography or background.
Our backgrounds, yeah. Hi, my name is Alyssa Snow. I'm Blackfeet and Grobot. So I grew up between the Blackfeet and Fort Belknap reservations, but have lived in Missoula for about 20 years now, actually. So glad to be here today.
Yep. And so, yeah, again, we're here as part of the Montana Democrats coordinated campaign, and we'll go through what that means too as well. Native Vote Program. And so this will be overseeing all the get out the vote activities for all 7 reservations, including Great Falls for the Little Shell as well. So we have a presentation that we'll show you now.
All right, so a little bit about myself. Like I said, I'm Piikani and Ani. I was actually born in Oakland, but grew up between both reservations here in Montana. My mom was Blackfeet and my dad is from Fort Belknap. I graduated from Ani Nakota College in 2000 and went on to graduate from the University of Montana and get a bachelor's in social work. And from there, I've been doing a lot of nonprofit work and doing a lot of community organizing, lobbying and advocacy work, policy change. I went on to, I worked for Western Native Voice, started out as a community organizer on the ground and outdoors on all 7 reservations and 3 major urban areas that had larger Native populations. And I went on from there to run their Native Vote program for about 5 years. And then I went on to work for the tribes directly, doing public relations and PR work and policy advocacy work for them, as well as some lobbying. I ran the Democratic Party's Native Vote program in 2020, where we saw a record turnout across the state, about 76%, which is the highest it's ever been. And I hope to mirror that this year.
And just before I start my next slide, we did bring a gift for you too as well, some Sweetgrass charity. Again, I'm Patrick Iwaki, enrolled Zuni Pueblo. I'm co-CEO of Red Medicine with Alyssa here. I was a lobbyist for the Blackfeet tribe, Montana State Legislature, both 21 and 23. I was the director of Montana Democrats Native Vote Program in 2022. Also political director for former Montana Native Vote, Indigenous Vote. I also served the CSKT reservation from 2016 to 2020 elections, both in the nonprofit sector, as well as working within the party. I got my bachelor's of arts degree from CSKT College in tribal governance and administration. Was the first one to graduate out of that program in 2019. Along with us, Cinda Bird works for, oh, yep.
Do you have a slideshow? Because we're not seeing.
You're not even seeing it?
Not seeing it?
Yeah, it's on our slide.
You got a screen share
How do you do that?
through Zoom.
Oh, through Zoom? Okay, let's get back to that. Well, thank you. Thank you, Martin. Not too bad. Everyone can see now? Cool. Again, Alyssa and I aren't the only faces of the campaigns. Working directly with the Tester campaign is Cinda Bird, which a lot of you may know. She's a member of the Blackfeet tribe, former outreach and engagement director for Montana legislative lobbyist, also for Western Native Voice. And then she was a deputy political director for Montana Tester campaign in 2018, a Native American liaison for former Senator Walsh, assistant for Montana community work for Boston Medical University, as well as the Blackfeet study coordinator for University of Wisconsin.
All right, so this is the mission statement for Democratic Party. We'll just kind of go through this real quickly today. The Montana Democratic Party is a party of the people. We welcome to our cause Montanans of every color, creed, and condition. Our history as a party teaches us that by working together and speaking as one, we can move society forward, especially when we raise our voices for those among us with little money, influence, or acceptance. So the reason we're here today is that we represent the Democratic Party at the coordinated campaign, which we'll go into a little bit more detail later. We are introducing our staff and our program as a courtesy to the council and the community so that when they see us, they know who we are and what we're doing here. We are here to establish an open communication policy between the council and ourselves and the leadership at the Democratic Party so we can meet the needs, answer any questions when needed. Explore opportunities for collaboration, to seek any input or feedback, especially on the collaborations as well. And we are not here to seek an endorsement. We are here as a courtesy to introduce ourselves today.
And also just in terms of representing the Democratic Party, in my experience, living in the state and within politics, state politics, there is only one party that does, invest in tribal communities in the state. Not only that, do we have a strong Native caucus, which we'll go into later. And so there's a lot of successes that we have here. Definitely the Flathead Reservation and the advocacy to ensure that Native representation on your local school boards, all the way up to the state legislature, are a reality here. And so not just representing the Montana Democratic Party, but all the successes Indian country has had in the state. Roll that. So the coordinated campaign, what that all entails is we have the Montana Democratic Party, which oversees our federal races as well as our statewide races, such as the governor and attorney general. And so collaboration between Montana Democratic Party and the Montana Democratic Legislative Central Committees, which consist of all the state offices, both the Senate and House representatives, equals the coordinated campaign. And that's just a broad saying that it's all the Democratic Party from the federal and the state level races. And within that coordinated campaign is the Native Vote Program, which Alyssa and I oversee as senior advisors at the moment, but we'll be moving into director positions shortly.
Yeah, so as you can see here, Cinda Bird works directly for the Montanans for Tester campaign. And we work under the coordinated campaign, which means that we'll represent Tester, but also other candidates down the ticket as well.
Yep. So again, building off of the successes that we've had in the state, I don't have to preach to the choir about how we can swing elections in this state, and definitely our voting bloc as Native Americans being the largest minority, that we have something really unique in this state compared to other states. And so with that, we want to make sure that we're encouraging, empowering our Native electors so that we can choose people that even look like us, which is, very rare for other states to say that we can elect Native people that hold, our values, our needs, and as well look like us to speak for us as well at the state. And so it's a very, important thing that we have here in the state. And Alyssa can talk a little bit about the hybrid program that we've created too as well.
Yeah, what we want to emphasize today is the unique program that we've built for the Democratic Party and that we're going to be implementing statewide, on every reservation and in Great Falls. Is Patrick and I together, we have about 20 years of experience organizing Indian country across the state and in other communities. We have been on the ground, knocking doors, registering voters, working in policy, lobbying, and that sort of thing for nearly 20 years together combined. And the Democratic Party does have a Native Vote program, and they've had one prior to Patrick and I's entrance into this program. But they're what they were lacking, I guess you could say, is sort of like that on the ground Native experience, right? And so what we bring to that is our experience, and we combine that with their traditional organizing model that they use off reservation, which doesn't always work in Indian country, right? It doesn't always work in our areas. And so we bring our experience and we combine that with what works from their programs and created this really successful program that we implemented in 2020, pulling a lot of their really data focused efforts and implemented that with our background in Native vote organizing.
And nope.
Go ahead, Chair.
What were some of those things that you did?
So what we do is we do like a real culturally led, local led effort, right? And a lot of our experience doing community organizing throughout Indian country in the past. We used to work for nonprofits, which is they have very successful programs themselves, but I think a lot of their tactics are a little different. We are in the communities, you know, like we have a larger presence in the communities. We get to know the communities. We spend a lot more times on doors. We don't use just a simple script, you know, knock on the door, you know, have a scripted conversation and then leave. We like to have deeper conversations and getting to know our community members. We talk to them about the issues that they care about, and we tie those issues to the act of voting itself. We don't want to come in and we don't want to just tell them who to vote for, you know, and not give them, let them make an educated decision on their own. We supply them with that information. We get them to care about voting. You know, we want their families to understand the importance of voting and build that real foundation so that they're sharing that with their family members as well. It's also understanding the issues that, you know, that our community members face, you know, every single day and the things that are concerning them.
So do you hire a crew? I mean, this is kind of my issue, you know, I used to get out to vote with Lucille Otter. I mean, everybody knows this lady from way back in the 1942, but I don't see the action out on the ground. I mean, I know Martin one day had a food drive and I don't know, you were helping with the food drive or something. Anyway, that seemed to bring in a lot of people when you feed.
Yeah.
So what actually on the ground besides door to door?
So
I mean, how can I?
most
see this
definitely,
that
we'd
is-
appreciate your attendance. I don't know if you've been paying attention to social media for the past few elections.
I do,
But we've been running, in terms of Alyssa and I's participation in the elections, whether that be in the nonprofit sector or for the party. We're bringing our experiences and the successes that we have from the events, the canvassing, blind canvassing that we've done. 2016, I was fortunate enough to be an intern for tribal council, CSKT tribal council, for get out the vote efforts for the state elections at that time. And really built upon that experience, creating relationships with the households throughout the reservation, homes that, you know, recognize our family and the work that we do. And so with what we've done since the 2016 election to 2020 election here in this reservation, we've taken to the Blackfeet Reservation for the 2022 election, and the same type of approach where we're going door to door, sometimes multiple times, because there's a lot of historical traumas in tribal communities that we're having to deal with, that we're showing community care, that we're not coming here to tell them to vote, but encouraging them and educating them, empowering them to vote, so that in the end, they have the tools that are necessary to make a valid choice at the ballot. And so
And
those are-
please don't take that as a knock. I mean,
no, not at all. We just
because-
want you to know that we're coming with what
Yeah.
we know best.
Yeah, we totally understand too, and visibility is an issue here too, right? So some of the things that Patrick and I have collaborated on and worked together on to, in this community itself are, we got Adam Beach here once to come knock on the doors, right? And we were in the communities doing that, and that was sort of big on social media. And we also organized the drive-in feeds during COVID when people came in and got to meet the candidates and they had the big screen and they got to
Yeah,
use the platform. Yeah, so those are some of the things that we've done, right? And then we also do a lot of door knocking,
that
which
was good.
isn't quite visible itself, but we are in the community tabling. One issue we have, of course, with election work is that people come in and the money comes in right before the election, right? And so we don't get to be on the ground as early as we'd like to, but that's something that we're trying to change, is we're trying to be in the communities year round and start these programs as early as possible and not
Right.
right before an election.
And Patrick, didn't you work for Monica Trinnell?
She was 2022 election. I overseen the
Yeah.
Western congressional races, which included her race as well as all the down ballot
Yeah.
races.
She told me
So-
about that.
Yeah.
So-
And, you know, Regina is going to be our lead organizer. She's been working 2016 to 2020 elections as well. You know, if it wasn't for Regina, I wouldn't have the success that I have. So, that's the type of, resources that we're bringing to the table. And this, you know, just backs up again what
Patrick?
we're saying about our,
Patrick, we've got a question.
yep,
Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alyssa and Patrick, my own experience, you know, the limitations that I see, especially with young people and members of our tribe, is that they don't want to go down and vote
Mhm.
in person. So my successes in recruiting new voters, sometimes they'll ask me, well, who should I vote for? I'll certainly tell them. But I said, that's your choice. But is to get in for that absentee vote, to get that mail ballot to them. That is so critical for people to bring that number up. The other thing is that, you know, and especially in this county, is there isn't a choice. There isn't a choice to be made. And when there is a choice to be made, it's just in one party. It's a Republican Party. So I'm a Democrat. And because there's no Democrat running for a particular seat, in the primary, I'm forced to vote in the Republican Party just so I can cast a vote. I find that constitutionally flawed, and I don't know what the Democratic Party is going to do about that, but you know, that's just not right. That the only way for, because if I wait for the general election, you know, there is no vote because the winner has already been picked in the primary because they're just Republicans running. So I'm not sure exactly what the Democrats are doing about all that.
I mean, it's a long road, I guess, being a Native American in this country and definitely dealing with the encroachment of this Western governments and on us and having to learn the system and become good at it and even become better at it to win these elections, you know. Our biggest thing right now is getting people to vote. And that's where it starts. That's the foundation. The foundation is understanding that their voice matters, that their vote matters. And hopefully, you know, and then we try year to year to try to encourage more tribal participation as candidates. But again, there's just these limitations as being a Native American, lack of encouragement, you know, or lack of education about how simple and easy the process is. And so we're trying to, you know, make sure that we're getting younger voters to vote by, I go door to door and I hear a lot, definitely in this community, about how a lot of families understand the importance to vote to the point where they're telling their kids, definitely they're 18 plus who are still living at home, that if you would like to still live at our house, you're going to have to vote. And so that's kind of the encouragement I think families need to take within their own homes. You know, we can tell those stories and encourage families to do it, but it's really got to be that individual. And we're like, again, like we said, we'll go 3-4 times to that household.
Why should I go vote if there's not a choice?
During our absentee ballot collection time, we have Indian tacos, and that's a huge encouragement.
Well, there are other candidates, and I mean, there may be one precinct or one area or one race that doesn't have a candidate that you can vote for, right? But there are so many other races too that we need to be involved in.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I mean, that's one of the
things they're gonna
one of
say.
the arguments is
Okay.
why should I take the time to go
Yeah.
vote when there's no Democrat running?
Right.
Period. So to me, it's like, you gotta have choices to be made for it to be a
Right.
democracy. If it's not, then why bother? So to me, it's like getting candidates, for me, is number one,
Yeah, and not only is it
having
that,
choices.
that's systemic, I mean, but we also need to talk to our families and our community members. It's, you know, it's community-based too. We need to raise more leaders, right, within our community so that they'll run for these positions.
Hey, James?
Follow up,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, on Vice Chairman's comments. I think from my perspective, living in Lake County, that's the way it is. And Patrick, you're aware of that. You get to the primary, the ballot, Democrat ballot, you got president, senator, congressperson, and then commissioners empty. All the way down, these local races are empty. And when you look at the right wing, ultra right wing MAGA people, they're running for school boards. They're running for all these local little offices, down ballot offices. And they're getting their people in there. They're training them up from school board right on up. And they're jumping offices, and then they end up in the legislature, and then we end up with them in the House and the Senate.
Yep.
And now look at the craziness that's going on in the House. So kind of supporting the Vice Chairman's comment, you know, to have candidate recruitment at those local offices, city, school board, those type of things is pretty important. And if we can get, people of like mind or native folks or allies in those offices, at least contesting those offices. I can't think of the last time a Democrat ran for sheriff or commissioner or what have you, but it's very consistent. If you're in Lake County and you vote Democrat, the election for commissioner, all of them low ballot offices, the general election for those offices is June. It doesn't happen in November, so that's kind of the point that
Yeah,
I've
for
seen
sure.
being, so that's another argument for voting. For if you're gonna vote for commissioner, the election is in June in Lake County, not
I just leave
November.
those blank, to be honest.
So-
I
I-
wouldn't vote for Republican if my life depended
I
on it,
don't
to be
vote,
honest.
I don't vote for them either, but I write tribal member names in all them
yeah,
offices
right.
locally.
Yeah.
But when you're out trying to get somebody to vote, and I think the other thing too is this is not an election between two evils. Old Joe Biden and old corrupt Trump. This is an election about the person that stands for the rights of people and the rights of people to vote, Joe Biden. And a guy that wants to be the dictator of the country. Now, if the dictator gets elected and he don't like Indians one day, boom, he just snaps his finger and we're all terminated. That's what I see in my mind. So there's no question who you got to vote for in November for president. But there's a lot of people that are, oh, he's old. Well,
Or-
hey, one's supporting democracy and one's supporting a dictatorship.
Yeah. Well,
And it
fortunately,
Patrick,
oh, yep.
I think,
Sorry about
Mr.
that.
Chair.
Tom and then
Just
Patrick.
want to get back to, so, Don Kay, right?
Oh, I know Don Kay. Yeah. I
You know Don Kay, you know what he's doing right now, right? His
Being
goal
the-
for
yeah,
the
being the
Republican
president
Party
of the
is to
Republican
make
Party.
sure every seat that's electable, no matter if it's a dog catcher, all the way up to president, has a Republican candidate.
For sure.
That's his primary goal. That's
He
his
even offered me
whole
a car
goal.
too once upon a time, but that's here nor there, So, I mean, I understand there's two sides to the coin here and we're representing one side. But we do have a lot of successes. I mean, we could go over the statistics with you right now on this next slide and show how even the statewide voter participation, we're within 15 points from that. And we're closing that gap every year. CSKT tribe, this reservation here, the efforts that we've done, around 76% voter participation in our targeted areas. So we know what it takes to get natives to vote and how to bring them out. And then not only that, but fortunately we have somebody running against one of those guys, Shelley Fine running against Joe Reed. That's a race that we can look to build upon for foundational for next election cycles to say, we have one tribal candidate or council or member who ran for office. Let's get two next time.
Right, and to counter his recruitment actions, we can establish our own offices and our own efforts to do those too and start trying to stack those races as well.
And there's avenues. We've got vehicles within the party. There's a Flathead Reservation Central Committee, which brings community members together, create a platform for the Flathead Reservation so that we can take it to the state central convention. And so that's a place that we can advocate for our legislation that we want to get passed for this next state session, as well as build leaders within that body so that we can have candidates to represent those issues. But again, just to get back to the slide, if we could, we can see that within 15%, a lot of the past elections, we've really made sure that Native communities across the state know that there's an election and know that to be ready by November. Being a lobbyist and definitely during a super majority session, understanding the realities of pushback from Republicans is something that I saw every day. I've seen racism directly to my face by a lot of these right-wing Freedom Caucus members. And so it was super crucial to make sure that we were advocating for an equal redistricting effort. And so that's what we have, something very fortunate to look forward to in this next state legislature, is a more moderate Montana. And definitely with our governor's race, the potential of a Democratic governor. We've been around the state this past couple of weeks, and we've heard a lot from Republicans about how bad Gianforte is doing. And so this is the potential, this model right here is the potential that we have if we make sure that we're voting in our state elections.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the diagram. So what's our possibility of breaking that supermajority this session or this election?
We have a lot of redistricting that have Republicans running against the Freedom Caucus members. So there's a lot of those races where we won't see them. And we're pushing hard to get Shelley to win, to make sure that these individuals don't win. So the Democrat, definitely our Jacob Hopkins, he's not with the organization anymore, but he was the director of data, and he worked his butt off to make sure that we had an equal chance at redistricting.
Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, thank you for coming, Patrick. I think you do a lot of good work in our community in a lot of different areas, and I know that you do an excellent job of organizing the tribal candidate forums for our elections, and that's very helpful to see what candidates know and don't know. Very helpful. It's a really good service to the community, so thank you for all your work that you do. Thank you.
Go ahead, Patrick.
This is our list of Native American candidates for the Native American Caucus for this next legislative session in terms of Democrats. There are Republicans running, but we wanted just to highlight the Democrats because Democrats tend to win in these locations. And so this is a good, and then Thetis Crow, she's going to be stepping into Marvin Weatherwax Jr.'s position, representing parts of both the Flathead and Blackfeet Reservation in the Indian Majority District that they serve. So that's a new candidate that that is running out of Browning. And I can get more information too as well. And at the bottom, we see Shelley there. So yeah, to get back on some of our activities, we do traditional blind knocking, but also through the years have understood where natives live on the reservation. Within other reservations, we're looking to gain that same type of resources and knowledge, ground level knowledge about where tribal house districts are or where individual tribal homes are. We run voting and registration drives. In the picture at the bottom was our Adam Beach event that was at the Polson Senior Center. Something that happened at that, we hit capacity where we had to usher people in and out. And so that's the type of excitement that we bring to Native vote and definitely our state elections. We speak at the colleges, we speak at the high schools, speak at Two Eagle tribal schools, organize candidate meet and greets. We've organized candidate forums at the college for the House elections. You can see us definitely on social media. We share our photos around of us getting around the community. We have our radio ads, everything that a normal get out the vote effort would.
We got a question about that.
Patrick, have you thought about, does Lily Gladstone have any particular political?
We're in the works.
Are you?
Yeah, she supports.
I would hope
Esther.
so.
Yeah.
We're in the works.
That's an incredible positive
Yeah,
power
yeah.
there that would bring young people to vote. And
There's a lot of exciting things that we're going to bring this election that we're just dying to tell you, but we just can't tell you just yet.
We're planning something.
you can go in
We have
executive
cookies.
session if you want.
We got cookies.
Yeah, it's really exciting when somebody with that sort of visibility and that kind of influence, right, uses their platform for something good. So we are definitely trying to identify those people and bring them to our communities because that does bring the people in, and then we can talk to them, right, and have those conversations. So.
Yep. But again, we're not looking for endorsement, but we're all at the bottom. We want to make sure that in collaboration with CSKT as much as possible. We have two priorities. they're based on, definitely ensuring that tribal communities have access to voting, definitely more local opportunities to vote, which is most definitely is our satellite polling locations. Our experience is we've been advocating for satellite polling locations since 2016. In 2021, we worked with the Department of Justice to identify that there was issues between the negotiations between tribes and counties in the state, where the Department of Justice stepped in for the 2022 elections. And that, I think, is a foundation, a success that we should be building upon. I know CSKT is ahead of the game much more than other tribes in the state. And so we can just assume that the counties are giving the tribe what they want. But we want to be a watchdog for you as well. We're working with other tribes to ensure that that we're following along in your corner, advocating for the things that we know that that are needed, and definitely working with the Department of Justice currently to ensure that the successes of the last election don't slip through the cracks. And we see that, unfortunately, because we've been doing this work, we see that there's been a lot of turnover in county election offices across the state. And with that turnover, there's now lack of institutional knowledge. And with that lack of institutional knowledge, we have county administrators who are setting up these satellite polling locations who do not know what they're doing. And so we want to make sure that we're holding them accountable, and we can be in their corner if that's needed. But we are asking if we could get copies of the letters sent between the county and the tribes in the request of the satellite polling locations. If we can get that, would be appreciated.
Comment, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, James.
Yeah,
I apologize. I have to go to another meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
My comment in this regard is, Patrick, your comment just hits the core of what the Republican and right wing are doing. They're infiltrating these election offices in preparation to challenge our people's right to vote, Indian people's right to vote, or anybody they don't like right to vote, because they want to challenge every aspect of our ability to vote. And we've seen that with the same day registration. They attack that, and fortunately that seems to be beaten back. How do we as a tribe, and this is something I want to ask our legal department at some point, when these election challenges are going to hit, we know the Republicans are going to do it, they're going to challenge them, the voter results in Montana, especially if there's close races. How are you going to combat that? Because we know that's going to happen. And how do we as a tribe combat those legal challenges to the results of the election that are anticipated, particularly since it's a presidential election year? Trump's not going to just, oh yeah, I lost. He says he didn't even lose the last election. And so he's going to challenge this one, and they always go after the Indian vote first. Why do those Indians, why they shouldn't even be voting anyway? They're not, then it goes on, but that's my main question.
Yeah, we have, and those are the type of comments that we appreciate, because that's a red flag for us. We are following up with the Department of Justice after our meetings with the tribes, because this is a question that we were asking all the tribes. And more than this area, those election administrators don't currently work there. There's that lack of knowledge. So that's something that we're going to bring up as a flag to the Department of Justice, that this is what's happening right now. And if again we can work together, definitely bringing a tribe with that message to the Department of Justice is something that that I know they want to hear.
So, Patrick, you're asking for information correspondence between us and the counties. You don't have that information?
We've been trying to reach out to the counties, but haven't been getting the follow-up with those documentations, but we're reaching out to the tribes to see if we can get a copy as well.
Jordan, can you pass that on to Harrison, I think? Okay.
Okay. And then our other priority is 911 addressing. We, throughout the state have heard from multiple tribes saying 911 addressing is not, up and ready to go yet. And, what we've heard is 2016 was whenever, 911 addressing would be implemented in terms of voter registration requirements. And so we've been hearing rumors about 911 addressing being implemented for this election as a means of addressing requirements on the voter registration. And there's a lot of misinformation going out from other orgs in this work about how they're, I guess, going to be complicit with the directive. But we want to make sure we're coming to the tribes in opposition of that directive if it does make the light of day. What we're hearing is the Secretary of State is pushing a directive implementing 911 addressing for the 2024 elections, voter registration requirements. And so we just want to make sure that tribes are aware of this and in opposition, and that we have letters that tribes are signing on to, and we hope to get CSKT to sign on to that letter too as well.
Yeah, this speaks directly to the suppression efforts that Mr. Steele was talking about just moments ago, right? And, you know, and Patrick touched on that current law, and that law was passed that we use to register voters. That law was passed through the legislative process, right? And if they issue a directive, we are trying to get a better understanding of how that supersedes this law, and if that was even something that is, you know, legal.
Yeah, and everything like this should be done through the legislative process, and bypassing that is unconstitutional.
Thank you for that information.
Yep.
But James?
Mr. Chair, thank you. You know, in that regard, in this whole effort, is their lack of working with the tribes. You
Right.
know, and I think that's the biggest thing, because one person's home could have 3 different addresses. And then sometimes the address the state has isn't even that house. It might be out in the field. And so they don't work really well with the tribes in this whole process. And so, like you're saying, they bypass the legislative process. They're bypassing our native legislators that can, you know, add comments and corrections to this. So, you know, absolutely.
I think that concludes our presentation.
Well, thank you, Patrick, Alyssa, Regina. Thank you for coming in. Any follow-up questions from council? No, James, to everybody but James?
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
no problem.
Sorry for, and I'm not, don't take anything personal. I'm just excited about this election,
Yeah,
that we
we
gotta
are.
get the word out. And Patrick and ladies, you're just awesome to see you on the ground and working. And Patrick does, you know, has done a great job on
Oh, yeah.
Thank you
on
so much.
things, and tacos are good.
Yeah.
Oh, I've seen you there, for sure. Seen you
Well,
there.
thank you again, and I'll be looking forward to that event with Lily Gladstone and others.
Yes, we wanted to add that we are also going to be hiring more organizers from the area. So if you know people, encourage them to reach out to us and go to the Democratic Party's website, and there's a link there where they can apply.
Okay, thank you. Alyssa.
Thank you so much.
you.
Have a great day.
Yeah, you too. All right, next we have Tim Ryan. Yes, Quacks.
Good to see all of you.
Good to see you, sir.
Thank you for,
I think you're getting younger every day, Tim.
I even have some of my relatives saying, are you still growing tall? Are you still? And, well, 64 now, so I'm starting to shrink a little bit, I think. Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much for, having us here today to talk to you guys about, the Mission Mountain Youth Crew. First of all, I just want to thank the council for, your support for the past 4 years. We started planning this youth crew project in 2020 with the National Forest Foundation and myself, or the Salish Kootenai College. And they came to me and asked what did we want to do with some grant monies and the natural resource and conservation around us on the reservation and off the reservation. So I said, let's start a youth crew and let's pay them. Let's actually get them employed during the summer and let's train them or expose them to careers in the natural resource fields. Of course, there's a couple objectives with that. One is recruiting for higher education through the Salish Kootenai College, and also training and educating these students to then become part of the natural resource department with the Salish Kootenai tribes. And eventually, you know, if they go Forest Service or state or whatever, as long as we have opportunities to expose our tribal youth to future careers and such. So the major players at this time, as you see on my slideshow, is the Salish Kootenai College, the tribes, the Swan Valley Connections, which is a educational outreach of the Flathead National Forest, the National Forest Service, the National Forest Service company or entity that my niece is actually a part of. She helps to write grants for this project here and raising money. And then the Bob Marshall Wilderness Foundation is part of that also. They'll be helping to assist getting our youth into the wilderness area and connecting with those landscapes. I do have some of our supportive staff that is here, and I'd like to have them stand up and introduce themselves and what part they play with the Mission Mountain Youth Group. Nathan?
My name's Nathan Noble, born and raised in Folsom. What are you?
And what's your business too?
Daughter and son back in service. We're for wilderness. And contract.
Hello, I'm Todd. Is this working? Okay. I'm Todd Espinoza. I am the Wildland Recreation Program Manager for the tribe. We have some great projects aligned for the kids this year when they're with us. One being putting in some water bars and potentially helping us install some picnic tables and some fire rinks.
Hi, I'm Taylor Tewksbury. I'm with Swan Valley Connections, their education program coordinator. And so, yeah, my job with this program that I'm really excited to be a part of for a second year is just lining the students out with projects while they're over in the Swan Valley with us. And some great projects set up. We'll be doing invasive lily poles in Holland Creek, getting them out, having some exposure to things like game cameras, working with different wildlife professionals, foresters, and just, yeah, getting them out and seeing what some different career paths might look like.
Paul Phillips, Tribal Fitness Centers and Native Games instructor. I got involved, part of fitness, and I believe getting people excited about going out in the mountains, and also, you know, getting them into the gym to be prepared to go out in the mountains. So we've gotten together to do one hike that I've been trying to get together for years. It'll be a 3-stage hike, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. And then also probably be doing some training with the youth groups to help them get prepared to endure some of these hikes.
Miranda Berlin, Tribal Education, and our part of this is applying for the grant through the National Forest Foundation to get the money to pay the students and do some supportive services during the training weeks of the program. So we'll be doing that, and I'll be coming to you guys hopefully soon to get permission to write for that grant. So.
Hesquix, I'm Victoria White, and I am a part of DOER, the restoration portion. And what I do with the kids is we focus on our restoration projects and connecting back to cultural plants and stuff like that. I'll be hosting the kids for 2 days, and this is my second season with them.
I just want to mention other individuals that are not here today. Stephanie Gillen with the Bison Range. She is also active with our program, and she's got projects on the Bison Range for our youth to work with. Rob Kinning he's with Salish Kootenai College. He's head of the forestry program. Ryan Powell, who is the archaeologist for the Flathead National Forest, and he helps to facilitate some of the heritage education type of work that we do with that. Tabitha Espinoza, Joe Santos is an active supportive person. Sarah Lamar with the Swan Valley Connections, and Clifford Kipp with the Bob Marshall Wilderness Foundation. And if we have time, I would like to kind of go through this slideshow a little bit to kind of talk about the program. As you can see, that we, in general, this is an 8-week program during the summer, starting in June and continuing to the end of July. And we have 8 high school youth and 2 college crew leaders, male and female. And as you can see from that photo, kind of look the way they're lining up, they kind of look like the cast from the Reservation Dogs there. And we have other companies or corporate entities that help to support our program too. The first year, REI donated $80,000 to our program. Osprey Backpacks donates the backpacks. As you can see in that photo, they're all looking at their backpacks, and they have the water bladders in them too, so that we make sure that they keep hydrated.
Tim, is REI still involved? Is REI still involved?
No, they haven't lately, but we do keep asking them for funds. So yeah, there are various other entities that the National Forest Foundation taps into for the donations for this. It takes about $120,000 to $130,000 per year to run this program. Like I say, it's an eight-week program. First week is all training. They get leadership training. They get backwoods emergency response training. Other modeling of work best practices in the work environment, how to conduct yourself in that realm. We've also, what I think has proven our effectiveness is that we've had 2, I would say, every year we have 2, maybe 3 of these students that are interested in enrolling in the Salish Kootenai College. Knowing what I teach at the college, a lot of times they'll say, wow, I want to go to the college now and learn from some classes from me and from other supportive staff like Rob Kinning and such. So that's a good sign to me that we're somewhat being effective in getting those students interested into going into higher education and into the natural resource fields and such. So 1 week on the reservation, the next week they're in the Flathead National Forest area, or they were at the Tally Lake area, Big Mountain. We're going to be doing some work up in there too. So we're traveling around all over Western Montana, a week on the reservation, a week off the reservation, and we go back and forth that way. And then at the end of our program, we have a celebration for their work, and we gift them with a certificate of completion. And other aspects, the Flathead National Forest is offering hiring preference for these students too. So if they want to go into working for the Forest Service for the summer or as a career, they have options of being hired, getting in line before other applicants and such. So that's a good thing too, what we've been working on. And also dual enrollment with the college. Right now we had Tooga River School. We had 2 students in the past 2 years engage in dual enrollment with the college in Native American fields or Native American studies fields and in the natural resource fields also with the college. So that's a good indication too that we're affecting the youth, and the youth are responding to that and looking for options in the natural resource fields and conservation fields or so. I'm not sure if I can advance the slides here, but we could go through a few of these slides here too. There's the backwoods area response medicine that they get training in that. That's a really good training. I go through the training each year and I learn something new all the time. And then as you see, we camp Swan Valley Connections. They put They supply tents and sleeping bags, also boots for the youth. There's Swartz Lake up there that we do a lot of weed pulling up there. And as you can see, there's like 10 plus bags of weeds that we're pulling every time we go out on tribal lands. You can advance the next slide. Looks like we've got more weed pulling. Oh, also down in the lower right hand, that's camas seeds there. And there was some restoration work that we did take the camas seeds and planted them in another area where camas used to be. So we're doing a little bit of restoration work that way too. And then we do a team building event by going down the Flathead River, an overnight trek, which Tom, I think I borrowed your rowboat 2 times to haul a lot of their gear with, and then they have kayaks. We rent them from the Flathead Raft Company, and so then we do interact with other tribal businesses too with our work. We clean up the river as we go down. You can see down lower is a tire or garbage that one of the young men is pulling out of the river. So we clean up the river as we go down, and we document a lot of the impacts on the Flathead River. I mean, we have some pretty bad situations where people are not burying their waste, garbage around and stuff like that too. So we continue to monitor some of that and take photos of those impacts on the river. The Tally Lake Ranger Station, they've asked us to come up and help with some of their work around the ranger station there, trail work, trimming up a lot of vegetation. We cleared a lot of down timber that was in that area, cut it up for firewood, and then it was donated to the local community of that area there. SKC greenhouses, we expose them to some of the work in the greenhouses and the efforts that SKC is doing, or CSKT is doing in the restoration and also supplying native plants to other restorers out there, and looking at that as a possible career option for them. Dana Hewenkorn, we helped with some of the community gardens down in the lower right-hand photo there. Every year we are getting more requests from different people, different organizations and agencies that want our assistance with whatever they're doing. And our applicants, Miranda just told me she's got a record number of applicants from the high school this year too, which we do recruiting. We send.
That leads me to a question. So you got an 8-person crew, but if you were to double that, what is the cost increase that you'd be needing?
Okay, one thing we realized that transportation in the vans, pretty soon that would be another van if we did, because we're at our carrying capacity with the college with about 10 to 12 individuals in a van. So that's about our limit for a van. So we would incur another transportation costs. The Forest Service, when they put us up in some of their bunkhouses, they can't really accommodate more than probably about 10 to 12 individuals. A lot of times during the summertime in their work facilities are full of firefighters. And so then we're limited on some of our access to kitchens and to the bathrooms, things like that. So although Miranda, she's suggested trying to get another crew going at some time, which would be possible too. We could double up more of our staff for that. But it would be, I imagine it would probably be as much or maybe a little bit less to support doubling to 16. But that's always something that we would look at, is expanding this program. If we had I believe if the money was there, it would happen.
I just assumed that the betterment project for the irrigation funding called for a lot of cross-pollination training, and so I always look at that as maybe a untapped resource, at least not to its full, potential. That maybe that the second crew or some type of hybrid is mostly focused on the reservation.
Yeah.
You know, maybe that's another way to skin a cat on how you do increase. You know, if there's that interest, I would hate to turn away any of our tribal youth that would want to do something like this.
Right.
That's my frustration is
Right.
yeah.
And I think Miranda and I've talked about that, you know, we hate turning these students away that are really interested in engaging in this project. And so, I would entertain expanding this program for sure, you know, and Miranda, I'm sure, you would feel that way too. Okay.
On that too. I look at what we're, you know, requesting from this year, it's just, and that's gonna be at 9. We actually gave them a little, you know, really good attention. Also this year, trying to good work ethic, putting in the time and effort of everybody there. So that's an addition. Double that cost. Yes, that's for that portion. Right.
Yeah, we go on to the next slide. And that's Ryan Powell with the big beard there in the hat. He's the archaeologist for the Flatton National Forest, and he brings in a fair amount of the heritage education, as I do. And I've worked with hand in hand with Ryan Powell over the years when I was at the Tribal Historic Preservation Office. He has been a great advocate for tribal conservation of tribal archaeological sites and cultural resources off the reservation in the Flathead National Forest, and he was also responsible for those cultural resources in the Beaverhead Deer Lodge forest down there also. And him and I, we did team up with a youth project in the Beaverhead National Forest with Shoshone high school kids and Salish Kootenai or CSKT high school kids too down there, where we engaged in a week-long cultural camp and heritage archaeological camp in there too. And so here they're getting practice in using a crosscut saw, which is part of the wilderness experience that we'll be working on some trails in the wilderness this year. We'll have a week-long wilderness backpacking trip. The Bob Marshall Wilderness Foundation and the Backcountry Horsemen will be helping to horsepack or basically bring the backpacking gear up for the youth, and the youth would just hike the trails back in there. And then we would assess some of the culturally modified trees that are back in the backwoods there. We have a situation with the wilderness that there's fuels building up around those culturally modified trees that our ancestors had scarred hundreds of years ago. They're now in danger when a forest fire comes through. And that's because of fire suppression, of course, we know that. And the Flathead National Forest is responsible for those cultural resources to manage those. So what I proposed with Ryan Powell is that, well, if you guys get a management plan going and you need the workforce to go back in there and help clear around those trees by just hand clearing without mechanical devices, I got a crew. We could start doing that. And I also thought about what other crews can we get? Youth crews, families engaged with the wilderness area again, and reconnecting with those landscapes, and that those culturally modified trees would be that vehicle for that. You can advance to the next slide. I think we might have a slide in there showing the culturally modified trees. Oh, okay. Well, this is to talk about this is that joint property that the tribe owns and manages over in the Swan Valley. We've been part of that management of that property over there too, which was, I believe, the tribe purchased it in the mind of helping the bull trout and spawning environment for them. And so the trees that you see in those other photos, those are blowdown that happened in the forest there. And so then the youth are cutting up those trees and bringing that firewood over here for the elders program and also for the local community over in the Swan Valley there too. So we're producing some value-added products for the community also. You can advance to the next slide. Here, the Swan Valley Connections has the students with scuba diving gear actually doing fish surveys in the Swan River here too. So this is one of their favorite activities here, is to get in the water, especially in the summertime. It's one of the fun projects here to do. You can advance to the next slide. And then they're doing macroinvertebrate surveys on that Elk Creek, on that property that the tribe jointly manages with the Flathead National Forest. So they're doing science too, not just laborers pulling weeds. They are actually getting exposed to the science of these natural resource and conservation fields. Go ahead and advance to the next slide. This is Mission Falls here. And you see Nathan down there with the youth, and Rob Kinning is up in the upper right, upper left photo there. And they get trained in a lot of the wilderness and how to conduct themselves in the wilderness. Also how to take care of themselves in the wilderness too. Hanging their food from bears, being bear safety. We carry bear spray with us also. We teach them how to use the bear spray also, which is very, very effective. I mean, how many of you have carried bear spray with you and you really don't know how to, never had experience deploying it? It's pretty important knowing which way the wind is blowing and if you deploy that bear spray. So go ahead to the next slide. And here's where we're at the Condon Ranger station here, and that's where there's a fair amount of these culturally modified trees. And the one up to the right, that tree is actually dead, but it is a scarred tree that has a scar in it, and they're clearing away some of the fuels away around that so it won't die, or so it won't be burnt down. And then we go to the Swan Massacre sign there. And we talk about our tribes and our seasonal round and movements within the Swan Valley. And we talk about what had happened in that event, that tragic event of 1908. And so heritage education is one of those main subjects that we do teach with this program. We also bring them to the Vandenberg camp during the summer also, and we have a young man, one of our crew is starting a fire by friction with the bow drill fire kit that I teach the students also. And this is the wrap up for 2023. And just a collection, the photo down to the right, we actually partner with other youth crews too. The Cooney Montana Conservation Corps, we teamed up with them for a day. And we team up with Outward Bound also a couple of times to do weed pulling, especially if there's like large acreage or large areas of weed pulling. It's kind of nice to get multiple crews together and really hit it hard that way. So we're also interacting with different youth crews and supporting them in their work too. And I think that's about it on the slideshow. Any questions or comments you have? Actually, one main reason I'm here too is since we do have a fair amount of some of our youth or descendants and some of our supportive crew, scientists and natural resource specialists are not tribal members, we do request a waiver of that recreational permit to allow them to work with our youth and to take them out onto tribal lands and such. And so we do ask that we're granted that waiver for the duration of the 8 weeks of our youth program.
Glenn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council, and thank you for the presentation. Hey, this is a great program. We need more of these, more programs like this for our kids. I appreciate you taking the time and putting a project and a program like this together for our youth. It you don't really realize what it does for them, you know, until you actually see what's going on in today's society. And I remember participating in these kind of programs when I was younger, and it helped me a lot.
Yeah.
Really helped me a lot. And but I would support a waiver for this group.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, that'd be a motion.
Motion by Len, Jennifer, second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Well, unanimous, Mike's out of the room, but unanimous for waiving the rec permit for all those involved during the 8-week summer Mission Mountain Crew program.
Great.
All
Great.
tongue-tied.
Thank you. And also, you know, during our first week of training, we welcome any of you that want to come and meet with our youth crew. And I think we're going to try to have the parents there also. So it'd be great to have any of you. You're definitely invited. I will send out an announcement to all of you if you want to visit with our crew and the parents of the crews too. So, Lemlips, Cassia, thank you so much for listening to us. And thank you to our supportive staff back here
Yeah.
too. They do bang up.
Chernobyl, all the rest of you, Espinoza, Miranda, great job.
They're way behind you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Mary Rose, and we're gonna talk about Earth Day. Mary Rose, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. I'm just here really brief to ask you all for your consent to have change of duty station on April 25th for the for the Earth Day event where we clean up the highway. I have a slight change on my action. I was hoping to include the Kootenai Culture Committee as well as the Salish Pend Oreille Culture Committee on the same day. The Kootenai Culture Committee cleans from mile marker, I think it's 76 to 78 in Elmo. And SPCC cleans up, I can't remember the mile markers, but kind of from the tribal health turnoff up towards Allards. So I was hoping to include those both in on the motion or the consensus, whichever you guys do. And the event goes from 9 to 1. It's about how long it usually takes us to clean up the highway.
So all the events, Mary Rose, are on the same day, the 25th?
Yeah, all on the same day, only the Kootenai Culture Committee will be doing Elmo, and any of those CSKT employees that would like to join them, they go up to Elmo. Also, we have Pablo, the Pablo section from mile marker 50 to 52, which is Quicksilver to Mud Lake Trail. And then down at St. Ignatius, SPCC will be doing the cleanup, I believe, from the tribal health turnoff up by Allards, just around the corner from Allards. So 2
Okay,
miles.
well, thank you, Mary Rose. I would entertain a motion to approve change of duty station with supervisor approval for all CSKT program sponsored Earth Day cleanups. Motion by Bing. Second by Jimmy. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Unanimous, of course, with Mike out of the room. Alrighty, that was our last agenda item, I believe, this morning.
Lunch.
Thanks, Mary Rose.
He just wanted to speak with you guys again really quick.
Okay. Paul?
So I heard there was an update on the Hot Springs bathhouse and the previous motion was rescinded. So I got with my contractor, we got no problem with that. We'll continue to go ahead and abate. I have a meeting with them this afternoon and I'll get a further update from there and I'll send you all an email to update you.
Thank you, Mary Rose. That's great.
Questions for me?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thanks. Have a good day.
Back. Wasn't I jokes leave or what?
We just realized one thing, one of our activities that we have planned out for the youth and other ones, so I'll let Paul kind of cover that.
So there's two activities that the youth group's going to be assisting in, and that is one, the fishing derby that we held last year. We're gonna do that again, June 18th. And so, yeah, we, requested, a waiver for the, fishing license and the reservation fishing license. So entire families can come and participate, because we got a lot of split families. And then also on the hike, that's going to be a community. The youth group is going to assist us. It's a community invited hike, and they're there to help with the entire hike. The hike is going to be, or is planned to be from a 3-part hike up above Mission Falls, all the way to Pitcher Lake. So the beginning hikers will go just to the Cedar area and turn around, and you'd be able to rest there and come back. The second portion of the hike would be all the way to Falls, and the individuals there, that can't go on beyond that would be able to stop there and come back. And then the more advanced hikers would push through all the way up to Pitcher Lake. So because it's not just the youth group, they're assisting us. We'd ask for on that day, what's the day again? August 8th, for there to be waivers on that day too, for the community members that get involved and come up on that hike with us.
Any questions on that? I do have a bit of concern about the Mission Falls thing, and I would probably want to have fisheries come and present a fishing derby. That would be my preference, or before I would take action on that one. The falls, I don't think anybody except for me in this room maybe has been to Pitcher Lake. Has anybody been up there? Okay, so that's a bit of a haul.
Yeah.
And guiding someone or having something like that would be quite an extensive liability. It's bad enough just getting up to the falls, but so I don't know how you're gonna have first aid available, how you're gonna plan that, because that's a dangerous hike. And I know a lot of people that do it all the time, it's no big deal for them, but for someone that's never done that before, it's quite an extensive endeavor.
So, right on that too. We have been working with the Turner Foundation and the Wildland Recreation Foundation, and tentatively have agreed to provide every single participant in the hike with a first aid kit with water filtration. The entire NRD Wildland Recreation crew will be there. We've reached out to the game wardens. They're willing to come along as well. We are going to try to vet people somewhat beforehand through different hikes earlier on, potentially with Paul, and then he's going to train people so we can get a good sense of if they're even potentially capable of doing like the beyond the falls. Like you had mentioned, that's in itself a feat for many people. So we have a few inReach SOS devices that we can get service anywhere in the Mission Mountain Wilderness, and we're planning on purchasing more specifically for this event. So each individual group that reaches the different tiers will have an inReach, and they'll have an individual trained in first aid CPR. So at each of those checkpoints, when they reach it, they can say, hey, we made it to, Lucifer Lake or wherever they end up being at that time, just as a precaution. And we will have roughly 10 or 12 different staff.
I understand that's good precautions, but I'll just say this one time. And that the only place other than off in the wilderness where people have died in our wilderness area has been Mission Falls. And we've had many people die up there. I can't say that about any other trail in the Mission Range, only that trail. So because of the uniqueness of the waterfalls and the water, is what happens is that they get in the water and then it's over. And so I would just maybe your educational component of all those, when you open this up, is that please do not step in the water. You know, that's what's happened.
So, that's, part of the goals to get it approved now and through, the fitness center and stuff and getting out on our Facebook pages, the information about the hike. Put out some training videos, and make it as clear as possible that we, you know, to make it to Pitcher, we need to know that you can make it to Pitcher Lake. We'll, you know, provide information about the intensity of the hike, the elevation of the hike, and you know, what type of requirements and ability that you'll need to inquire to be able to make that hike. So yeah, so we want to get the information out, the education out, not only just about the endurance, the abilities, we want to get information about, you know, planning for a hike like this. What is it that you need to take with you on a hike like this, that you just don't head out on some of these extreme hikes that we have, beautiful, beautiful areas up in our mountains, unprepared. And, you know, get that education out as much as possible, utilizing this particular hike and all the education we can get out prior to the hike.
Any questions from council? I would prefer on the fishing derby to have fisheries propose that. If you can do that, come back for that one. That would be my recommendation, but anybody have any Mission Falls? Is it okay with that? I would entertain a motion to include the Mission Falls community hike as Mission Mountain Youth Crew program. Anybody want to make some motion for that one? James makes a motion. Motion by James. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Carol. Any other discussion? See none, all is in favor? Ben? No?
Mr. Chairman, you know, I think that's a huge liability to us. And, kind of reluctant to approve it, so, I'll oppose this one. Yeah.
Martin? You voting for it?
I'm in favor.
Len and I opposed. Yeah, go ahead, Carol.
Didn't you say the whole idea was to help train and let kids know the dangers of the whole situation? Okay, I just want to make sure I heard that, so thank you.
All right, get the Mission Falls in. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you. Keep up the good work.
You know, Mr. Chairman, I hiked the falls a few times, and I always wondered if I got hurt up there, how in the hell I'd get out of there. Right? No, I can go by myself, but there's places where you're never gonna get a helicopter to, you know, and then to have a crew of people pack you out of there, I mean, that's.
Yeah. Anything else? I just wanted to, before we break for lunch, just bring up one thing and talking about trails and opportunities. And this was my trip during last weekend. We stopped at, I'd been there before, but I wanted to stop by with my granddaughter and my wife to look at the interpretive art trail in Lincoln, Montana. And I felt compelled to, as part of when I was on $5 Land Trust, we helped finance this park and another additional park there. But you walk through and it's just big art displays that people make, and it's really cool. And I just thought that might be something that in appropriate places, that might be a thing we could consider somewhere on our own landscape. But it's actually really, if you have never seen it, it's pretty cool to go look at. It's just to the east of the town of Lincoln, just past the Forest Service office there. But I thought that was really interesting with a lot of the artists that we have. And short interpretive flat trail, that it might be some attribute to one of our facilities. It might be nice. Or something to get people interested in art or outdoors. Just a lot of things. So you hadn't had a chance to be there. It's a commercial advertisement to stop in Lincoln and check that out. So thank you. Jen?
So there's, SCAHA board members interviews. There's 2 openings and only 2 applied. It's the 2 people that were on the board already. Mel wanted me to check to see if you guys wanted to appoint, or do you guys want her to re-advertise it to go longer? We're in open. Is it okay to say their names or no? I can turn off my microphone and let you guys know.
Yeah, turn off your microphone. We only had the 2.
Well, Joe's been on there before, but Jolene,
All right, we'll break for lunch. I have a doctor's appointment at 3:00.
Show interest, and I apologize, I was out of the room when most happened, so you'll have to cue me in on what needs motions.
All right, first item up, need an action item on is Dennis and Homer Clorville. Show interest in their fee property in Pablo. Just for a refresher for you, Mike,
It's the red building right over here, corner lot, adjacent to the warming center.
Okay.
They've offered it, it's 0.3 acres. Start negotiations with them at, whatever price you guys say. Start negotiation with them.
Motion, Mr. Chair. Motion to show interest in the property. Do we have a second? Second by Bing. All in favor?
I don't wanna throw an amount out there. I think we ought to just leave that to the lands department to do the negotiations and
Yeah.
whatever they come out with,
Yeah.
bring it in for council approval.
James's motion is just show interest.
Yeah.
I think we're unanimous.
Next line item up was, show interest in allotments 1914A, 1914B, 1916, and 2104A.
Motion by Len. Second by Jimmy. All in favor? Carol? We're unanimous. Yeah, unanimous.
Okay, next item up, easement request for Jocko J Canal on the two allotments. Don't have the allotment numbers right in front of me. My eyeball's back on. Yeah, the two trust properties need an easement for the Jocko, K Canal project. Tract 1373 and tract 4556.
Looking for motion? Motion by Bing. Second by Jimmy. All in favor? Unanimous.
Next item up, Lake County, requesting an easement from Moise Valley Road, to replace so they can replace the bridge, at Crow Creek.
Len, you got this one?
With support, but don't waive compensation.
Motion by Len to, have 25-year lease with a renewable 25
Yes.
with compensation. Right? Okay. Second, Danielle. All in favor? Unanimous.
Next item up, request for Mr. Tryon's brother to take over as the successor of the leases, of the 3 leases that he has until the lease terms expunge.
Motion by James. Second by Bing. All in favor? Unanimous.
Next item up, request to approve home site lease expansion from 1.25 to 2.5 acres in the Michelle Road area.
Motion by Danielle. That you were nodding your head. Oh. Okay. I need a motion from somebody besides Danielle. James, motion. Second? Bing, all in favor? 7-4 and 1 abstention. Danielle.
Next item up, request from lessee to lock gates at 2031 in the Chief Cliff area.
Do we expand that to all the gates you were asking about or just the one?
All the gates on that parcel.
Okay. Motion by Len, second by Bing, all in favor? Unanimous.
Next request approval of the location of the Polson Rural Fire Department on Rocky Point Road for the footprint of the design with stipulations that we follow through with, valuation and signage.
Motion by Jimmy, second by Lynn. All in favor? Unanimous.
Next item up was S&K Gaming, Sunny Shores. Pay taxes in lieu of annual rent.
I think I would state it differently insofar as they are responsible for the taxes already, as well as the rent. So
Should be.
they're asking to waive the rent. That's what they're asking. Right? Aren't they responsible
Pretty
for the
much, yes.
taxes and the rent?
I think we'd have to check with budget up there and see if they've already accounted for that money coming in, because I don't think we can waive it unless we know how it impacts them up there.
We can follow up with Ruth on that and bring that one back in.
I agree with Carol.
We will let them, we'll inform them. Need consensus or approval to show interest in. What's that lot number? Allotment on top of Kurt Hammond Back Road, Hertz and Davis property.
That was Carol's show interest, right?
Yeah.
A motion by Carol. Second by Danielle. So all in favor of showing interest? Unanimous.
And let's see. That is all the issues that needed approval.
There's no action needed on the request for the right of way out at Big Arm.
Oh, yep, I did. Yes. There was some discussions on that one about bringing some more information on back
Okay.
in.
Okay,
That's why I didn't bring that one up.
that'll work. Thank you, Mark.
Nope, thank you guys and, see you next time. We'll see you next week.
Tammy, Stormy, Rachel.
Hey, I only ran you guys 17 minutes later than was scheduled. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Wait, just a minute. Mike, are you going into executive with the next items? Are you adjourning?
I think we still got an item, right?
Do you want
Um,
them to have it in open or executive?
Well, that's their request, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
Okay. you
are
can
they
open it.
requesting?
Oh, you have to ask. Shelley,
Afternoon, Shelley.
open or executive? Open. You can go to sit down.
Hello, guys.
Good afternoon. Sunny. Shelley, Jane.
Yep, same there.
Yeah, I see him.
Don't go somewhere.
First of all, when we get started, I have my son who is on the phone. I want him to talk to you guys about what has transpired with him trying to get out of Montana State Prison. And as when you sent us over to talk to the reentry, there is no help over there, the way the funding is, and there are no lawyers over there. And we need a lawyer for these guys, especially how my son is going to explain this to you guys. You'll get more of an understanding of what goes on. This, as we told you before, with being a terrorist and the things that are all, you know, put upon you is really stressful and hard for us, and I can't help him. We need the help of this tribal council and the reentry program to get a lawyer to help these guys get back out of there. He's done his quarter time, what he agreed to, and all of that, but I need him to talk with you guys so that you can explain what I can't. He can explain to you guys what I can't explain to you.
But part of that, what Shelley's talking about is through the reentry program, however their grant money comes in, however that is, there's some kind of ties in there that they can't help our
People are
that are
incarcerated.
incarcerated, but they can help our people that are in trouble or, you know, out here, but there's no way for the reentry program to actually help the people that are trying to get out of prison. You know, some people don't wanna be there, they wanna get out of there and do something good, but our son is having a hard time just even getting out of there. One, that when we go in there, any of us as
Shane,
tribal members, we're
can you-
already terrorists.
can you
But
turn-
when we get there,
Can you turn the
that's
mic
when
on
they
in front of you?
label.
Here.
So, but anyway, that's part of why I guess when we went and talked to the reentry program about getting some help, a lawyer, they said they couldn't help us
There's
because
no lawyer.
however that money is, comes to them in a grant, they can't use it to help people that are incarcerated.
Okay,
So,
let him talk. Sundown, can you hear me?
Before.
Okay,
before
go
Shelley-
ahead and-
Shelley, before he starts, Sonny, could you explain what you handed out, since you handed it out?
Oh, it's the first page. Oh,
it come on.
Other side. There you go.
okay. What the first part was, as it starts out, is like the minutes of 1961, where Walter McDonald's telling the membership.
I just want to
That-
know what it is, not all the contents. Just
Okay,
what-
well, I'm
It's
just,
just to
I'm
help
just,
you guys see
and it's,
kind of where we're going.
it's
I
the,
understand, but when you hand something out, you usually let people know what it is. not
Yeah.
well, I
necessarily
was
the whole
getting
argument.
around to it. They were talking, so I was waiting for them to get. done
I know,
talking.
that's what I'm asking for right now, that's all.
Okay, well, it's the beginning, before the ordinance or anything ever got done, that it was told to the membership that this wouldn't become law until a referendum was held. The referendum was never held. And there's, the law is in there, the Act of February 27th, 1963 is in there. The ordinance is in there, the way it's written. And the infractions and stuff that violate subsection 2E of the ordinance. When you follow the ordinance with the infractions, there is no ordinance no more because it dissolves itself with the infractions. If you look at the ordinance at the bottom of the second page where it's subsection E, and it finishes on the last page.
I
And,
understand that.
And
Is
then
there
the
more things in
ordinance,
here?
like there's documentation in there, that the ordinance was approved by the superintendent, P.T. LaBreach. And there's documentation in there from where I've talked to the U.S. Attorney, Kurt Almy at the time, and he's working with Gianforte, and he went through the Rocky Mountain region, got us out to Portland area office. Solicitors and the area director said that the Bureau of Indian Affairs, the Secretary of the Interior, and the Department of Justice have no authority to interpret tribal law or get involved in an internal tribal matter. So about 2.5 weeks ago, I talked to that Bill, I think his name is Bill Mercier, the area director out there. And I was trying to get a hold of Greg Norton. I said, I wanted to make sure that our superintendent here didn't have some kind of exclusive that he can do this. And I said, does that, when you're telling me that the Bureau of Indian Affairs contains no authority to interpret tribal law or be involved in an internal tribal matter? And he says, yes, that includes the Flathead Agency Superintendent. And I said, okay, so he has no authority to approve Tribal Ordinance 40-A or 40-A revised. That is why you have to have a referendum.
Sonny, you're arguing right now. I just wanted to know what was in
But
the
it-
packet.
But it's
And
just,
that works, and we'll get to
okay,
her
well, let
son now.
Sundown talk.
We'll let her son talk.
Okay, go ahead. Sundown.
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
all right, hello, my name is Jared Sundown Hendrickson. I'm currently, incarcerated at the Montana State Prison, and this is just some of the amendment violations and some of the systematic racism and racism in general that have to be subjected to. Suspicious activity, native language, election of pipe carrier, ceremonies, conspiring to commit political terroristic actions for our traditional beliefs or suspicious activity. STG related bear paws, eagle feathers, medicine wheels, etc. Gang related art, 406, 046, missing murdered indigenous women, red or black handprints. STG stands for Security Threat Group / Terroristic Group. STG places a substantial burden on Native Americans and discriminates against us based on race and religious belief, where we have to be placed in RHU and have less access to rehabilitation programs, no access to our sacred items, smudge, pipe, sweat lodge, etc. This is a First Amendment violation to be able to exercise my native religious ways, the ways of my ancestors. I fail to meet any of the STG criteria. They have me down as a native blood, native pride member, GD, and say my moniker is Sundown, but that is just my middle name. On 12/27/22, DHO CC Shelby violated my constitutional rights to due process. The prison STG Bodie and Wigger was deliberately indifferent. The video will show I could not safely avoid the fight and had to fight or flight. Staff was also deliberate, indifferent, and have notice of risk of harm if placed around Serenios. This is their job to place us race and gang-based to the correct placement. This kind of neglect is done in retaliation due to me not willing to debrief. It seems to be calculated harassment from STG Bodie and Wigger. This kind of discriminatory treatment of race is a violation of the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment and is also unconstitutional conditions of confinement. The continuous neglect has me at loss of parole. My clear conduct, this kind of treatment opposes any chance of my rehabilitation to be placed in solitary confinement. Can you hear me?
Yep, they can hear you.
All right. What else would you like me to talk about?
I want you to relay to the arson when you come in what you're brought. Did you hear me?
Hello?
Where you are talking about when arson is, when you come in there, let alone being a terrorist, what you're labeled if you come in as starting fires.
Well, this is one of the things that will be in your judgment. It's an MCA that if you start any kind of fires, that it's considered some kind of arousal. So once you get to MSP, you will have to do SOP, which is the sex offender programming, if you start any kind of fires.
Along with what does your judgment say for you going there?
So I signed a quarter time deal for 20 years with non-suspended with a 5-year parole restriction. And once I got to prison, they said that it's no longer a DOC commit. And now that I'm under the the parole board. But I signed a quarter time commit through Lake County under Judge Tim Christopher in order to go to treatment. I'm a DOC obligation, but now they're saying that the parole board is its own entity and they no longer have to abide by the quarter time deal that I signed through the judge, and say now that I'm subjected to whether or not the parole board thinks that I should be released. Even though I've served my quarter time and I'm a DOC commit, I'm treatment obligated. I've had clear conduct the last time I went to parole, 9 months of clear conduct after going through the ADSEG step down program where I am now. So, wow, Mom.
You're, in solitary confinement.
All right, well, I got a whole list of amendment violations. It's a MCA 533701, restrictive housing unit is only supposed to be used as a response to the most serious and threatening behavior for the shortest time possible with the least restrictive conditions possible. I'm currently being ADSEG through the 1 through 4 for altering a UA. And I also failed to meet the program criteria on that issue.
And due to the hit that was put out on him a year ago in Shelby, they changed that to him being in a fight instead of being attacked. And so that takes him out of parole. Prior to them sending him to Shelby, he was supposed to go there for treatment, be done, and get out. So we're at a double standard, and, you know, we wanted to bring this forward of all the stuff that goes on here. We think it's one way. You go across the lines, it's totally different. What did Gianforte just sign into effect?
There's a new bill passed today, went in effective for quarter time, that if you served your quarter time on your sentence, had 120 days of clear conduct, that you could be possibly eligible for DOC placement and treatment and pre-release.
Prior to every time that he was supposed to go to the parole board because of these write-ups. They don't let him get to the parole board because you get a write-up, you can't go. And it's just, you know, we have member after member stuck in this position right here where he's at, and they call it a step-down program. And he has spent most of his time in a cell by himself, and they don't call it solitary confinement because you can talk to people out the flat where they put your meal in there. So the prison doesn't consider what they're doing to him solitary confinement, which according to a bill that Obama put into place about restrictive housing, this should not be done. You know, he is labeled a violent offender for one night of a bar brawl, which Lake County changed it into Christopher getting a award for being the first judge to use a vehicle as a weapon. Our own reentry program person in there went through all of this stuff and could not figure out how they got him charged with this charge. It didn't follow criteria, but here he is. You know, so this is what we wanted to bring forward to you guys of this Public Law 280 of, you know, what it does for all of us. I'm not saying all of us are perfect and some of us get in trouble, but to get back out, and there are horrendous crimes that do happen to our people. And I'm not making excuses for anybody, but I do believe they do need help to get back out of there. My son has always worked. He was arrested on the job on a revocation. You know, and I have the PO's notes we got them. I don't even know how, this ain't a diary of whether they like these people or not. I thought a probation officer was help you to do good and move forward and get your life back together, not the threats of they don't like you, you're going to prison. That's what his whole thing says, and that's where he's at. And him being an ad seg for 4 years is not how this works. And every time we think we got it, we can get to the board, we start back over because of this STG gang stuff. So we're asking you guys to, when you're looking into it, think of people like him who took the time out. He's been calling me all day. I told him the wrong time, so he was getting upset. And we do appreciate you guys listening to where he's at. What he has done does not, consist of him getting any kind of program to even help him get out. Because if you are put as a violent offender, you don't get none of the programs. And actually, there ain't no programs. There's no programs there that help anybody. We are not eligible to get to them. And so that's where he's at. I have another person.
Shelley, just a minute. I was wondering if anybody had a question for Sundown.
Hang on, it might have went off. Are you still on there? You might have to call me back.
Well, if there's no question for him, it'd be all right.
Okay.
No questions? Go ahead, Shelley.
And so I have another person. Is he on there? This is when I talk to you guys, if he calls back, answer.
Okay.
I'm on.
Yeah. Yep, that has a statement for you. He has someone else who went through, who is a Browning member. And so I'm hoping we have enough time to get him to talk to you guys also. Are you on here? Okay. Yep, they can hear you.
Tribal council members, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Monfiat Delane Whitford. I'm a non-CSKT member, Indian enrolled in the Blackfeet Nation. In 2013, I was wrongfully charged and eventually convicted in Lake County. The Blackfeet have never consented PL 280 jurisdiction over any of its members, including me. The state of Montana has never had proper jurisdiction over me, and I'm being incarcerated illegally while attempting to challenge my case pro se in the court. I served a different 10-year sentence in Washington State prior to my current sentence. I can verify American Indian treatment in this state versus that state. As a jailhouse lawyer, I'm also on the advisory board of Incarcerated People for the Jailhouse Lawyers Initiative, an international civil rights organization attempting to bring legal empowerment to jailhouse lawyers incarcerated throughout the United States and other countries in order to effect change from the inside out through transformative justice, legal education, and community collaboration. Prior to my incarceration and after my first conviction and sentence for discharge, I was slated to become Student of the Year for the Blackfeet Community College. I was a 4.0 GPA student. On the dean's list, I received the Coca-Cola Scholarship for my academic achievements and noted in Who's Who of American University and Colleges of America. I was completing a double major in the Blackfeet Studies and Blackfeet language, after which I had planned to attend the CSKT Community College. I'm a dedicated human rights, American Indian rights, and prisoners' rights activist. For over 500 years, since 1492, American Indian people have been fighting terrorism on the battlefield. It's composed of our ancestors' bones, shedding blood, tears, and sweat while sacrificing our flesh at the ceremonial fires of existence, all in the name of the seventh generation, so that our children, our grandchildren, and their children's children might live a life free of complications. Complications filled with that anxiety and trauma of genocidal policies, oppressive strategies of conquest, and tactics of divide and conquer, all designed to strip us of our humanity, our dignity, and our inner sense of being, in addition to our territorial lands, our property, and our spirituality. Our people have continually suffered the torturous things while cuffed, down, and tied by the manacles of poverty, hunger, and humiliation. Yet we have survived and continue to survive the American Indian Holocaust in order to pass the flame from one generation to the next, where those fires can be replenished by the hearts and minds of our next generation of warriors and leaders who are willing to place our people before themselves. Today will be a testament of everything that has come before us and a challenge to take these issues that we lay at your feet to the council chambers of our people so that our next battle can be fought and won for the seventh generation who has not yet been born and thought of. Let it be known that we have struggled to think of them through our actions, our thoughts, and our prayers.
Happy,
I'd like to talk about,
go ahead.
Go ahead. With that, I'd like to talk about the tribal law. In our situation, the tribal law has always, in our culture and our way of life, tribal law has always trumped all other laws. And that being said, we can't follow even our traditional tribal law and customs, because if we did, we'd be considered criminals in this day and age. The U.S. State Court usurpation of tribal law has taken all of our rights away, as to be able to, all the way down to be able to do anything other than listening to tribal. Tribal courts are best situated to interpret tribal law and order. And that, I think, has been said here today. As far as in Public Law 280, one of the biggest issues that we have with Public Law 280 is consent. The consent theory has to do with the ability to be able to, for our people to consent to Public Law 280. This has been throughout history, and in the treaties of our people, our treaties weren't even made until everybody was there and consent was able to be made through a referendum vote.
Okay, hey, Happy, I want you to tell them about what goes on with you there in prison.
Yeah.
Your grievances.
Yeah, I was getting to that part. Okay, you want me to skip to our grievances in prison?
Yes, what happens to you in there when you're trying to get out of there?
Well, there's a lot of radical disparities in the treatment of American Indians that are in state custody versus federal custody, and we're totally oppressed by the state. Some of the major things that have happened here in the state is we don't have a right to due process in our disciplinary hearings or anything like that. And the reason why we don't have is because they took out our liberty interest. We did have a liberty interest in mandatory parole. They took it out. We had a liberty interest in good time and everything like that, and they took it out. So now we don't have no major liberty interest. I just filed a lawsuit. You can find it, Woodford versus Dewey. And in that lawsuit, I challenged it, and I tried to say, well, they've taken, every time that we get infracted with a major infraction, it's 6 months infraction free that we have to remain on our stuff, when all our religious stuff. This has to do with powwow, which is one of the most important religious contexts. And in the white man's way, it's considered a spiritual gathering. That's what they call it in the prison context and in the white man's way. To us, we call it a powwow, but we know what a powwow is. But in prison, you have to specify and say this, say that. But they won't even let us drum. And I was taught that our big drum, if that drum dies, then our people die. And
Oh, he went off. But these are, this guy here, he came through Lake County. He's on I think he said 25 years before he even considers for parole. he is a member of the Blackfeet tribe, so he asked to be brought back there to the federal courts because he knew the federal court. And so, again, public law has infringed on him, as I told you before. We are all responsible for all of these people who come through here, and now they're stuck in the Montana State Prison. I was looking this guy up, the last time I seen him have a new picture, 2016. Because if he grieves anything or they bring up something that these guards are doing to him, as Len got to hear when Sundown talked to him, you're in what they call a step-down program, which again is solitary confinement. They can say whatever they want to, what it is, but they're in a cell by themselves and they get out a half hour a day. It used to be an hour, but the guards don't think they deserve it. It says you're supposed to have everything in there. You don't. You know, and I'm not saying everybody should get out because of whatever, but I do believe that if we have people in there who are working towards trying to get out of there, the programs are not there for them. And so that's very disrespectful to our people of, you know, somebody with one night of BS to spend however long they seem deemed to be in there. And my son has been in lockdown for almost 5 years now. He got out, started working for the prison, painting, doing everything. Like I said, he's a good kid. He's always worked, done all this stuff. We get him there. Now he has panic attacks, meltdowns, don't know what to do, but he's never, you know, done things where this kind of treatment should be pushed upon him where he's at.
Go ahead, Shane.
So that's part of, you know, that what's really concerns us is when you look at this PL 280 and listen to what the county has to say about it, that they're gonna keep prosecuting our people for the reason, the fact that there would be lawlessness here. But I say, who would the lawlessness be on? Would it be on the whites, the non-members, or would it be on the Indians? Well, they're saying it would be, the lawlessness would be on our part. So, I mean, this is something that all of us face, this PL 280. So we just wanted you guys to hear and know what the other side of this coin is to this public law 280. This is what happens to our people when they get incarcerated in prison. And I was just talking out in the hall with a friend of mine, talking about, well, yeah, if our people get sent to federal prison, where's the closest federal prison? How are we going to visit our loved ones? Well, guess what? I've seen my son 2 times in the last 5 years.
6 years.
And he's still in the goddamn state of Montana. I can't even go see my own son right here. So what would it matter if they sent us somewhere else, a long ways from our home? It doesn't matter where they send us because we can't see our own people right here. And to me, we would be better off getting sent to federal prison because this kind of treatment to Native people, Indian people in this state and this county still prosecuting us. Now you're hearing some of the stories. This is what they do to our people. And so when we get there, like I said, we're already terrorists. All of you guys are terrorists. If something happened to any one of you sitting up there and you ended up over there in prison, guess what? You're a terrorist. Why? Because you're an Indian. That's why you're a terrorist. You can't go to the sweat lodge. You can't practice your own religion. And if you do, you wouldn't believe some of the stuff them guards and sergeants tell these guys on a daily basis, you know. All they do is belittle these people and tell them that nobody cares about you guys. Why don't you just shut up? Well, people do care, you know. for their loved ones. It doesn't matter whether they're incarcerated or what. For the fact that the way this whole deal played out with this altercation, 37 people, white people, drunks, on drugs, mobbed my son and his girlfriend all the way back to his pickup, was blindsiding him, punching him in the head. He got in his truck. I said, what do you think if it would have happened, son, if you'd have said, to heck with it, you guys want to fight? Let's fight. He said, oh, they'd have killed us, Dad. That's what he said. So they got in their truck and drove off. Well, here's this white woman, is what she was. You know, you got to call things how they are. Was on the hood of his windshield, trying to bust his windshield out with a beer bottle. Well, she falls off the side of his truck. He's trying to get out of there to save their own life. She gets run over with the tire and broke her leg. Well, what got me after this all ended, he ended up, it was like 2:30 in the morning, called his mother because they come back to Valley Creek through the mountains there. And our own tribal police, chief of police showed up and was already saying that he's probably going to get in trouble.
Charged with felonies and he's going to Lake County.
And I thought, well,
I thought, why aren't he going to our own jail? Because they listened to the situation and he needed to go to Lake County.
which in
So
fact,
again, when we're talking about this, which Sunny Boy handed you, there's a ordinance that was put into place. We all know it's illegal, you guys do too. But what we want to know is when is somebody going to make them follow it? You know what? If we had that one person, we wouldn't be under it at all because it's all written, put into place. It says what needs to be done, what should have been done, how it needed to be done. And it's never been done that way. And so if everybody thinks we don't have lawless and it's going to get lawless, call the police, call for an ambulance. We called for one. It took them 45 minutes to get to our house from Arley, and they got lost. It's like, you know, my brother, he got in some trouble. A mistake was made in translation, said he left a pre-release, which actually the statement should have said he moved out of sober living. We had 20 cops show up at our house with guns out, and I have little kids all over there. And so the lawless is already here. Nobody knows what they're supposed to be doing or who to do it with. So I'm gonna turn this over to Sunny Boy and let him talk. I'm very upset with this whole situation.
Telling about Misty being over here.
oh yeah,
Oh yeah, when Misty was here, when she first got in trouble,
our
daughter, she was over here. And so we're there, we're trying to get her into treatment because due to drugs is where her issues came from. And we were there visiting her, and then we're told by the late Larry Jennings that he's sending her to Polson. So what I want to know again, if we're following an ordinance, and once you start somewhere, you're supposed to stay there. So if you guys don't think this causes a lot of issues between us and them, as you guys can tell in the radio remarks from them needing money to take care of us. But again, all of that stuff was brought out when they started this. So now my daughter finally said all her time, but 2 years now, and got parole and will be, it took them an hour to book her, but it takes them 6 months to get you out. So she will make it to Butte by the second week of May, we hope. And, you know, this is just something we wanted to bring to you guys. There's an ordinance, it's all in place. But if we can't follow any of it, this is why we're here today. Because it's never been followed from day one.
And we're all
Let him-
victims of PL 280, not just one of us. We all as tribal members are victims of PL 280.
All right. I'll kind of go through this here, what I handed out to you. And it goes to the one they call happy. The first page is like where they're talking, it's the minutes, and Walter's telling, if this bill can be approved for the Flatheads, it will not become a law until it can be put up for a referendum vote. See, I lost my stuff. For a referendum vote by the people of the Flathead tribe next December. In the following paragraph, they have one, change it to read the Flathead tribe only. And that reflects, that's in 61. Well, in 63, they made the House Bill 55 turnage in them. And then that's called the Act of February 27th, 1963. And that's the very next page after that, where it says Chapter 81. An act to provide for the assumption of criminal and or civil jurisdiction over the Confederated Salish and Kootenai Indians and their reservation and land as authorized by federal law, providing that the time and the method thereof, said the duty of the governor with respect thereof. And right there in number 1, because right in I guess you'd call it the preamble, but Section 1, the state of Montana hereby obligates and binds itself to assume and hereby provide criminal jurisdiction over Indians and Indian territory of the Flathead Indian Reservation. They went from just being our tribe to now they've included like this guy from the Blackfeet. They've changed the law just that quick. And that's why it's important to know which each and every word means. So like you go to Section 2 and you'll notice on the sidebar, it says tribal resolution to the governor. And the resolution, as I read to you with the March 5th, 1964 letter from Walter McDonald to John Cragen in Washington, D.C. on page 2, when Walter McDonald says, on a trial basis, like in House Bill 55, in our Constitution under the bylaws, Article 2 is for ordinances and resolutions. Ordinances are permanent. Resolutions are temporary. And it was on a trial basis, and that's why the Montana State Legislature has a resolution on the sidebar there. And an ordinance that was presented without the authority of the membership was taken in. And when you're hearing everything on the radio about this, and then the Lake County is just stating what I just stated, that the state of Montana obligates itself, you do not ever hear of Tribal Ordinance 40-A or 40-A revised. They want to start as this took effect in 1965, when in actuality it took place in May of 64. And why is that important? Because in the Satch McDonald case in 1971, they presented in their exhibits a proclamation dated June 30th, 1964, a proclamation dated October 8th, 1965, a proclamation dated October 7th, 1967. And all these proclamations had the Babcock signature upon them, but what it lacked was the seal of the state of Montana. And I couldn't figure it out, but it finally dawned on me what they had done. Because I have copies of these proclamations. 65, I have a copy that I had prior to the Historical Society sending me a copy that has the state seal affixed to it, and the 67 one has a seal affixed to it. And in the McDonald case, when the guy's attesting Frank Murray, who was the Secretary of State from 1957 to 1981, has his seal affixed to these attestments that this is Babcock's signature. But what he's also attesting to is that he did not affix the seal of the state of Montana to the June 30th, 1964. He did on 65 and he did on 67. And you can't go back to 64 because at the end of 64, that stamp is tossed away. You get a new stamp for 65, 66, and 67. So he can't go back and put a seal on the 64. So that's why they presented him with no seals affixed to him in the McDonald case. And then they started interpreting tribal law there. But anyway, then you get to May 5th, 1965. Section 2 says that the governor has 60 days to sign the proclamation. Well, the governor did not sign the proclamation till October 8th, 1965. That's 157 days. And then there's a letter in there where the tribe, when I talked to you earlier, and at the bottom of section 2, it says, provided further that he shall not issue such proclamation until there has been first obtained the consent of the Board of County Commissioners of each county which encompasses any portion of the reservation of such tribe or tribes. And then section 3, it addresses the proclamation. 60 days from the date of issuance of the proclamation of the governor as provided for by section 2 of this act, the state of Montana shall assume jurisdiction over offenses committed by or against Indians in the lands prescribed in the proclamation to the same extent that the state has jurisdiction over offenses committed elsewhere within the state, and the criminal and or civil laws of the state shall have the same force and effect within such lands as have elsewhere within the state. And why that's important is, and that's what I had talked to 3 different times, I've talked to legal when you, the council, have directed me to. And I brought up the George Mitchell case, and then that will be the last 2 pages of the packet that I give you. And on number 85, because that's in my orange book here, and it's dated November 8th, 1965. And it's a letter to Mr. F.N. Hammond, who is George Edward Mitchell's attorney, for he was charged for an October 20th, 1965 burglary of a business in Polson. And his attorney was asking, and then about the process. But anyway, he goes, on October 8th of the proclamation was issued by the governor, which provides that the criminal jurisdiction of the state shall be in full force and effect 60 days from the date thereof. I would compute the date of effectiveness to be December 7th, 1965. It would seem to me that a crime committed on October 20th would remain under the jurisdiction of the tribal courts, as would any other crime committed on the reservation prior to December 7th, 1965. And it's signed by James Patton. And that is a violation of the ordinance under subsection 2E. And subsection 2E, well, I'll get to the part with her daughter, is subsection 2A. Concurrent jurisdiction remains where applicable with federal courts, with the tribal court and the tribal government of all matters referred to in subsection 1. And any matter initiated in either a state or federal government court or the tribal court shall be completed and disposed of in that court and shall not be subject to re-examination in the courts of the other jurisdiction. So when her daughter was here, the tribe had no right to transfer her to state court. And that was the same thing that they had done with my son Travis. He went to court over here and he was pled guilty to a charge here. And then when they tried to revoke him and brought him into state court again, and he wouldn't do it, and he brought this up at that time too. He said that was taken care of in tribal court. You have no business bringing that up. And we presented it to the prosecutor and presented it to Britt Cotter, who was at one time supposed to be his lawyer, and they didn't want to look at anything to do with the tribal ordinance at all. And that's what you never hear on the radio is about tribal ordinance 40-A or 40-A revised. And subsection 2E says, if any provisions of the Act of the Montana Legislature, February 27th, 1963, Laws of Montana, 1963, Volume 1, Chapter 81, or of this ordinance shall be held invalid, or if this ordinance be held to extend a jurisdiction more extensive than set forth herein, or if any condition herein be not complied with, or be held invalid or ineffective, then this entire ordinance shall be held to be void and of no effect from the beginnings. The violations are here. The ordinance is very clear. And that's what I've asked you when I've asked you in the past, and I've asked you 2.5 weeks ago to repeal this on the basis of what the ordinance states, the evidence against them. And as I said, both the tribe and the state, because in 1968, that is when the consent came in. It was on April 11th, 1968. And that's a public law too. It's on the bottom. I gave you that before. And when I got kicked out of an open public meeting in January in Lake County, where the Gail Decker was reluctant to let me speak. And that's what he stated right there to everybody was there. And he goes, okay, but I'm gonna not let you really speak, basically. So when I start bringing up the parts about in 2021, when the state was getting to pull out, on the bottom of the MCAs and stuff, there's history. Well, that history of the act of April 11th, 1968 is omitted. And that means that before you do anything, you have to have a special election. That's the referendum, a special election. So when the tribe in 1991 took it upon themselves to try to retrocede, and they weren't successful. And when they tried to do it in 93, when the legislature passed Senate Bill 368 that allowed the tribe to withdraw for the misdemeanor part. So on April 1st, 1994, Tribal Resolution 94-123 was passed and sent to the governor's office, and the governor signed a proclamation on September 30th, 1994. That was a violation of the special election of April 11th, 1968 that Congress enacted. Congress did this. So when the tribe did that, that was a violation of the ordinance. They're not complying with the laws. And when they did that in 2017, again, no special election by the tribal council was ever held to get the consent of the membership. The membership has the final say. Congress gave them that right. When we adopted the tribal constitution, it was under 5123, 25 U.S.C. 5123, special election when you adopt these. And then in 1936, they had policies and procedures, and under Article 5, it said that these two documents, the tribal constitution and the corporate charter have the full force of the law and supersedes any interior department's manuals. That would include 25 USC Indians in its entirety. These two documents, and with the ordinance being made the way it was without the approval of the membership, is why it's illegal. And yet, you won't enforce the ordinance that was passed unlawfully, but you're in the position to do that. And all it would take is, like I requested Len to bring it up, just to follow the ordinance. Because the evidence shows the ordinance has not been complied with. And that is what the ordinance says. So, hold on. And when everybody's talking about, you know, is this going to be pardons and stuff? No, it's exoneration, because everyone that's been convicted under this needs to be exonerated. All these felony jackets that are on all these tribal members, not only from our nation, but other nations, have been falsely put upon them. And with the repeal of 40-A and 40-A revised in their entirety, you would be removing those felony jackets that were unlawfully placed upon them and giving them their lives back to where they could try to go get a job without having to disclose a felony that was placed upon them unlawfully. They had no control over this. The tribe didn't have no control over it. They were given to even move it forward. And Walter McDonald, like I said, says that this will not become law till the referendum is held by the people. That's never taken place. We didn't get a constitution without the vote of the people. That took a vote of everybody. And in '68, that is basically the same thing that Congress passed, that requires the membership, not the tribal council, the membership to accept it. And that's never been done. Never. And all I was requesting was that you follow the ordinance. The evidence is there that both the state and the tribe did not comply with the ordinance. And the ordinance says, if it doesn't comply with, then it's void as if it had never, from the very beginning, been effect. And when they're talking about this, like over the radio and stuff, and they're saying, what's going to happen to all these people? Well, all these people are innocent because they were convicted by a jurisdiction that had no jurisdiction over them. It would be like if we took the Lake County commissioners and locked them in our jail over here and said, you got to do a year here. You're doing insurrection out here on the reservation and stuff. And so that wouldn't fly. They would say, you have no jurisdiction over us. We're not Indians. Well, the same goes for us up there. We are tribal members. We have federal law that we're supposed to be under.
Sonny, excuse me.
Go ahead,
I
Daniel.
just got to remind you that there are victims of these crimes, and everybody is not innocent. And they may have not have got to choose their court, but they did choose to commit their crimes and choose their victims. And I won't be a part of releasing these offenders back into our communities.
You got to follow the law and the Constitution you swore to.
Go ahead, Shane.
So why would that be, that you wouldn't wanna do that? Again, you're hearing the truth.
I am, but I'm a victim of rape, kidnapping, and intimidation. And if my perpetrator was released and he came out and killed me, and when somebody else's perpetrator was released and hurt them, I can't be a part of that. So yeah, there's a lot of victims in different circumstances. Yeah, I understand that. And all of our tribal members, victims included, they deserve us to support them as well.
Anyway, let me continue here. And when you're convicted by an authority that has no right over you, you will be exonerated. And I'll tell you what, this tribal council and the tribal, I guess the personnel, whatever, to terminate me, I did a 2-year deferred sentence, a felony that was brought down to a misdemeanor. They took that and I was made my 2 years. The judge expunged my record. And it's not to exist, but Shonda Albert and Charlene Freelander took that expunged record and used it to terminate me. So what I want to do also is request that my personnel file be brought here, because that's what they put in my personnel file when they have no inkling or idea what the term expunged is. You want to explain to them what expunged means, Mike?
That's another question. Shane, you have something to say. Go ahead.
Yes, I would just like to, share part of this PL 280. When this all started back in the day, we had a council at the time that I believe misrepresented us as a tribe and as a people. And all of this has gone on over all this time, and now here we are again today. But we come to you, all of you, as our council, to ask you guys that we're in a position, but we come to you to ask you guys to fix this. This has been illegal from the beginning, from day one. All of this stuff is illegal, and it's not right for us to continue on this path. I believe in my heart that our tribe and our people are in an identity crisis. You think about it. We're in an identity crisis. Not just us as a people, but you, all of you as council members. You're in the same damn canoe with us. We're all in a crisis, an identity crisis. And what really makes me sad is that all of the things that Lake County is saying about us as a people. We put out there to have people come that want to voice their opinions to come and join us, but this is all we got. We got a few old warriors here that want to come and listen to what we have to say. But before I brought any of this to you guys or wanted to talk about any of this, I went and prayed about it. And this is what I come up with. I honestly do believe that we are in an identity crisis. And for us as a tribe, and for you all as council members, to just let them guys rant and rave, and we ain't even saying nothing to them. We ain't doing nothing. We're just sitting on our hands, when in fact that we got the evidence. They don't even want to hear the truth, but it is the truth. And I believe it's time for our council, all of you, to make a decision on this. And if you do or you don't, then to us as the Indians, we're already all divided here. There's divisions this way and divisions that way of our people. And one is if you're just a regular old Indian, like I am, like we are. We don't have tribal jobs. We're not tribal officials. We never been. Not that I wouldn't want to be. I'd like a job too, but I can't get one. But that's neither here nor there. But I just wanted to tell you guys this. I believe by us sitting here and not doing nothing is a sign of shame. Why ain't we saying nothing? They're saying that we cannot, as a people, as a tribe, those people up there That's what I'm saying up there. They're saying that we, as a tribe, we can't even police our own people. We can't take care of our own people. We got a court system, we got a jail, but we can't take care of our own people. That's what they're saying to us. And to me, that's a big slap in my face. And it ought to be a big slap in all your guys' faces. I don't know. And sometimes things come to me. For what reason? I didn't ask for any of this. I didn't even ask to come into this world, but here I am. And sometimes we gotta deal the cards that have been dealt us. And I just wanted to share that with you guys, that, what them guys are saying about us is that we're just a bunch of freaking heathens, terrorists, drunken lawlessness people. We're the worst of the worst, and we can't even police our own people.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Sonny, Shane, thanks for coming in. I appreciate your words. I really do. You're absolutely right. At some point in time, we should have responded. Okay. But at least for me personally, the way I look at things is we're rising above that. Okay. We know the credibility. We know the mindset they have. We're not going to engage that. It's not worth our time, because we have an obligation to figure out a plan on how we are going to get this done, how we're going to make it work, how we are going to protect our people. We cannot be getting caught up on what the commissioners are thinking or what they're saying, because they are, how can I say it? Well, that too. I mean, they are the types of people that, they're just not worth our time. They're not. They're really not. We have, I don't want to say that we have the appropriate resources to get it done, but this council is focused on what we need to do. We don't want to get into some kind of media war with the commissioners and things like that, because how does that make us look? How does that make us look? We don't want to stoop to that level and try to engage them and try to be better than them. That's not the way I think anyway. I don't want to speak for the whole council, but it's just not worth us, because we have too huge of a responsibility to our people to get sidetracked with fighting with the commissioners. You know what? Because we've given them chances time and time again and look at how they responded. They sent letters to the FERC telling us that the Indians don't know how to operate a hydroelectric facility, among other things. So, yeah, like I said, it's just not worth my time. So anyway.
I understand it. And that's a good point. And I thought about that myself, but then I was thinking, well, shoot, how come, we ain't saying at least something? So I guess again, now that you brought that out. So when it comes time for us as a tribe, as a people to make us, go ahead.
Carol.
Yeah, I guess you don't want to get in the piss and match with the skunk. That's exactly what Lake County is. It's best to just stay back, like Len said, and just go ahead, say what you need to say. I mean, I don't believe it, but I want to share something. I was supposed to be at a meeting earlier today with, I think it was on, children, CASA. And the Alley Church, she shared something with all of the CASA group, and it says Pine Hills Correctional Facility recently shared at a meeting that 55% of the kids in custody are Native youth. Now, my God, when I seen that, and when she sent that message out and she asked me to be at a meeting today, I just said, if there's nothing else that we do, we need to take this serious. We need to start doing something with our children now so we don't get in this situation. We can't back up and change things, but certainly today we can start making a change. And there was another question about Sonny. He's come in here how many times since I've sat here? I don't know, probably 10. And every time it's the same message. And I keep asking myself, he has a strong belief about what this paper says. And then we have legal saying, no, that's not correct. But what I hear him saying makes sense. It really does. So how come legal saying something else? I just, I think I need the truth. I need to know for fact if what Sonny is saying is right, is correct. And if it is, something needs to be done.
Una,
I don't know if you can't go back, like, I know Miss Matt's worried about that. That's not where I'm at. I don't
Right.
want to go back. But I will tell you right now, I am in favor of full retrocession, and I don't know if anybody else up here can say that, but I am. But there's a process to doing it, like Len said. It's gonna
Sure.
take a lot and it's gonna take time. But we need to have people that are like my age saying, oh God, we gotta wait 5, 10 years. I'm gonna be dead in 10 years. I wanna see progress next year. I wanna see us getting some things done.
things need to change.
And it needs to start changing now, and we're talking about giving money for writing grants for Mission Valley Power. Yeah, good idea, but what about retrocession? We need to start working on it now. We need that money now, and we need it to work for us now. So that's where I'm at. I'm not gonna take action today because I don't know the effects of taking the action, but you keep saying, if it's not a valid law, why would you repeal something that's not valid? You're just making it valid, to me. So
Una,
I think we need to really hear from legal to know the full force and effect of taking action and repealing something. We can't repeal it without knowing what the impact of that will be. Thank you.
Yeah, in regards to Pine Hills, I was sent there for truancy. And I spent 2 years there for truancy. Yeah. And as for her speaking like she did, I think she should step down because she's biased. You cannot be sitting in that position and be biased. That is not that position. You have to have an open mind, and clearly she does not. I was a victim. A lot of other people are victims. And these people that were put in a court are victims. It is not their fault they were put in the wrong courts. And that is on Lake County and the tribal council for putting us under something without the consent of the membership. The consent of the membership is required by law. The ordinance that was unlawfully passed has the answers to it. And what you guys are leading toward by allowing them to retrocede guns falls under subsection 2F. And this is my son Thomas too. He's been waiting since July. In the event of any alleged violations of the civil rights of tribal members by operation of this ordinance, the tribal council reserves the right to conduct an independent investigation of the alleged act, to seek redress in a court of competent jurisdiction, and to review the ordinance upon this validation of such alleged offenses, provided further that any sentence or convictions lawfully inflicted under the provisions of this ordinance shall not be affected by subsequent cancellation or voidance of this ordinance. All ordinances and parts of ordinances in conflict herewith are hereby repealed. Specifically, Tribal Ordinance 40-A approved May 19th, 1964. And I stress lawfully inflicted. Again, there is not one legal, lawfully conviction because there is no consent from the membership. This tribe has not given its consent to be under Public Law 280. The tribal council contains no authority to put us under it with an ordinance. The superintendent has no authority, contains no authority to approve the ordinance 40-A or 40-A revised. Without, that is the only thing, and his signature's down here dated. He doesn't have the authority. This 40-A and 40-A revised is what we are under. It's unlawful. And the letters that are in here also, it talks of what Kurt Elmy was the U.S. District Attorney, same position that Jesse Lasovich is in. And he stated that they rely on the Interior Department for that. And now you got this guy in here, Jesse's thinking he's working with Lake County, that though there's all these things. Well, the simple thing is, when this ends, tribal members are under tribal jurisdiction and federal jurisdiction. Non-members are under state jurisdiction. When everybody gets to where the call goes for the emergency of something happening, that's where it gets sorted out. Non-members go with the state officials. Tribal members go with the tribal authorities to hear. And if you have to kick somebody out, that's a misdemeanor over here. Kick them out to make room till you can get them to Missoula County or wherever it is before they appear before a federal judge. It's just that simple. Tribal members are under federal and tribal jurisdiction. Non-members are under state. Yeah, it's that simple.
Thank you, Sonny.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, James.
Hey, Sonny, I was curious, what happened on Mitchell's case after this letter?
He got sentenced to 1 year in prison on November 22nd was his judgment. I have that. I have the whole case, but I just wanted those.
Yeah, I appreciated
It's case number 637. It's on microfilm. I got it from Lake County.
Yeah, I'd appreciate a copy of that. That was interesting to see that. I didn't know about that. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and like I said, that's a violation of the State Legislature Act of February 27th, 1963, Section 3. And our ordinance states, if nothing was complied with, it doesn't say the tribal council and the state gets to do numerous infractions. It states clearly that it is void from the very beginning as if it never existed. So for all this other talk that you're trying to do,
Ordinance.
the ordinance is being totally disregarded, and you're wanting to appease the state of Montana and have all these unlawful convictions stand. These people need to get their lives back. And if there's serious crimes, those can still be transferred to federal court.
Sonny, you've made your point at least 3 times, and every point at least 3 times. I think we've heard it. And I appreciate that. I really do. And I do want you to come in and we'll talk about your record and the expungement you're talking about. I want to see that. But come and see me about that.
But I've talked to other chairmans and stuff about it.
If you don't want to come and see me, that's fine.
And then it goes back to
Shelley, thank you for bringing
69B,
your son's
69C,
story in.
that I cannot even do volunteer work or anything else.
I understand.
And when you go with that wrongful discharge, it goes in a circle, goes nowhere.
Sonny, thank you, Shelley.
I just wanted to say, I understand this is a hard decision. And I know you guys are put in a hard place. And my mom, when we first started looking into this 8 years ago, we was kind of in the middle of, getting this first paperwork. And then so we went to the end and still no answers. So I told Sonny Boy, well, why don't we go to the beginning? So we've been over to Helena, 4 or 5 times now. And so when we put all of this together, you know, this is a two-edged sword here because we can't have it both ways. And I'm sorry for that, but we talk about the law. The law is the law, and according to what we have found, the violations are in the law. And I'm very sorry that we can't say, well, so-and-so can't get out and this person can't get out. But that was why we looked into, so what if there are some major crimes that happened? Can we, you know, as federal, can they go back and, you know, look into that? Yes, that can happen. But what we're asking you guys to do is start with the law part of it. And if we have missed something, show us. Because we can't let some go and not go. We either gotta go all the way or turn it around and say that the state is right, because that's what it comes down to. And I appreciate you guys' time and listening to us again. And that is why we keep pounding the same paperwork, because what we have found is if we follow what we have, it leads us in the right direction, because it's all there. We just need to figure out how to do it.
Thank you, Shelley. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, I got one other thing to say because we have a
James-
petition.
James got the floor, Sonny, and then I'll come back.
It was just a quick, note on something Carol, touched on about our lawyers reading this paperwork. I don't know, to me, when I first started reading it, it didn't make a lot of sense. But after I read it, I've read all of this stuff too, but I don't process and keep things in my mind like that. But it did make sense to me, so maybe our lawyers are just reading in between the lines. I don't know, you know, because the truth is there, and I don't know how you could read this and not see the truth in it. The only way is just like what the county's doing. The only way they read it is they read in between the lines, you see, to come up with this one answer why they're still doing this. So tell them, read it all, but don't be reading between the lines. Thank you for your time.
Thank you,
Very
Shane.
much.
Go ahead, Sonny.
All right. If you don't want to uphold the ordinance, then what you should do is like schedule in 3 weeks toward the end of April, call for a referendum vote and let the people have the referendum that the council in 1965 and 64 took away after the councilman said that this would not become law until a referendum was held. Instead of making us have to go gather the signatures, put it up to a referendum vote. Put it up to a referendum vote of the membership. And then you'll have the answer.
I hear you, Sonny. Thank you.
And again, I would strongly suggest she resign because she's
We won't do
biased.
any more of that, Sonny. That's enough of that.
No, that's not enough of that. It's our government too.
Good. We've heard what you said, Sonny. We have.
Are you gonna adjourn now?
Yeah. Call for a referendum vote, let the membership decide. You're not going to do it.
You've said it already. Thank you. We've heard it.
It goes in threes all the time. Everything. And everything. 3 days for this, 3 days for that.
Any,
So anyway,
anything
we'll be back.
from the rest of the council?
Got anything else to ask right now?
I haven't had an actual motion to adjourn. Motion adjourned by Danielle. We're adjourned.